And Greg, I see you're on, so you're all set as well for us to tag team on the charge for the day.
Sure am, thanks.
Excellent. All right, we're close. You said, Nick, we're at 26 or 27?
We're at 24. I'd say go ahead and start. I've got the live stream started, and Breck will start the recording.
Excellent. All right. And you saw, Nick, apparently there's a note from Breck to take a quick look at. All right. Well, hey, everybody, welcome back. Breck is going to pull up the agenda in just a minute. So I guess welcome back to our third day. Really excited to have everybody with us. And I'll ask for your continued input, energy. Thank you, Nick. So we'll be asking you for that same level of energy, reflecting on where we've been and where we're going. Greg Steyer and I will give a quick charge for the day, then we'll jump into our third discussion session. So day one, we learned about what you're doing across the different landscapes, approaches, science questions, stakeholders, relevant findings. Day two was really more of a brainstorming effort to understand what those opportunities look like for either, common themes that we saw in the presentations, opportunities to export your science elsewhere, opportunities to import your other people's science into your landscape. So day two was really more of a high-level brainstorming effort. What did we learn? Go ahead and keep scrolling, Breck. So yesterday was brainstorming and just getting ideas down and just looking for commonalities. Today, so day three, what we're really looking to do is begin to refine that approach. So beginning with our end in mind, we're still trying to get to the point where we've got a list of approaches, tools, and methods. And I know we'll talk more about, that's a really broad category. But these common methods, approaches, and tools that we could look at applying in a more collaborative way across different large landscape efforts. And so this third discussion session is really going to focus on refining our list, prioritizing a little bit. It's not going to commit us to anything. It's really getting guidance from you all and feedback from you all. So I'm going to really encourage you to think about that as a feedback process. Last night, when the coordinator sat down and we went through all the different content, phenomenal level of feedback. We've tried to organize it at this point. Maybe you could say synthesize it, maybe just organize it. We're going to ask for your feedback on it. Won't commit us to anything. So charge for this session, and then I'll pass it to Greg. So this session, we're refining the information. Next session, we're going to talk about kind of next steps. So this is really our chance to get organized and refine what we're doing. So you all provided a tremendous amount of feedback yesterday. We had a Menti example where we asked you for common themes that you saw, and we pulled those in and we looked at it, and sure enough, there were a lot of commonalities there. We had a Jamboard where we looked at opportunities to export our science, your expertise, to other sessions. We built an entire Jamboard out there, which had a tremendous amount of content. Then we looked at opportunities to import science. We had another Jamboard for that. And then lastly, John Hortness led that session on stakeholder questions, and we developed a series of Jamboards about how we meet those stakeholder questions. So you have exceeded our expectations. So we spent some time last night trying to think about how we can synthesize it and pull it together. Let me see my notes here. So that's what we've done. I'm going to acknowledge right from the start, some of this is still at a relatively high level. And so don't let that concern you. Don't let that worry you of saying, we're not at that level. I don't see a project proposal yet. We're not trying to get to that level. We're trying to stay at this higher level. There's going to be some more discussion. There's going to be some more work. So for the third session, what are we going to do? I'm going to share the summary, or I did already email it, but we're going to work together on taking a look at that summary that we put together last night as the coordinators and a little bit this morning. We're going to give you an opportunity to refine that content. If we miss something, go ahead and say that. Or if we say, this item needs to be broken out into two, that's fine. Then we're going to talk a little bit about timescales. And I know this gets a little more squishy, but we're going to talk about getting that feedback from you and that guidance of what kind of timescales we could achieve this. Because remember, the sweet spot we're looking for is the 12 to 18 month kind of intermediate item. And then lastly, we're going to try to do a little prioritization activity regarding the impact for stakeholders and relative effort. Again, this is guidance for us and feedback for us. It's not going to put us on a trajectory where we're selecting anything final today, but it's information for us. So that's what we're going to do in the third session. There's going to be a lot of, we'll have discussions after this workshop, and that's probably the right point. I'll turn it over to you, Greg, to maybe take folks through what we're going to do for the fourth session, and then we'll sort of get kicked off.
All right. And thanks, Ken. Also, one point on session 3 with Ken, the information that he just shared, there's a lot of content there, and there's going to be a lot of discussion. If session 3 will probably go longer than the original intent, and we'll go into session 4, which is perfectly fine. This is really where we're consolidating a tremendous amount of information that came from y'all. And it's an important product that comes out of this and setting the stage for where we go next. So don't be surprised if the discussion actually extends potentially well beyond what the original agenda identified. Session 4 is then going to pick up where we get to in terms of some of the outcomes from the session 3 activities. So we'll be thinking about not prioritizing, but thinking about those activities that might have higher impact and maybe lower effort to actually employ. We'll be thinking a bit more about the easy wins and intermediate in particular, thinking about, we heard actually in stickies and in content of folks even using the term easy wins on some ideas. Well, we're going to explore a little bit more on that. And then we're actually going to try to get some feedback from you on maybe some of the approaches that we might take post this workshop in trying to build out some of those intermediate ideas. And then after that, we're gonna do just a couple quick around the rooms. We know it's been a long 3 days. We don't want to belabor or if we have an opportunity to wrap this up, but we want to be able to get some quick feedback, like a minute each on your thoughts related to the approach and the content and the discussions that we had. It can be feedback on any aspect of the workshop. And then I'm going to quickly talk about next steps, both next steps in terms of the coordinators, as well as next steps for potential engagement with this group. So that's how we're going to hopefully wrap things up this afternoon.
Excellent. Thanks, Greg. I think we're right on time where we want to be. Greg, I appreciate you catching that the third session is going to run over. We will my plan is we will find the right spot to take a little break there. It's not our intent to go 3 hours. That just wouldn't work. So we'll find a break there. As we jump into it, any immediate questions that came up from kind of our introduction that Greg and I just provided? Okay. And look at the chat. All right, thumbs up. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, one of the things that we talked about, oops, I don't want to leave the meeting. One of the things that we talked about last night is that we have all been to so many of these workshops where we spend 2 or 3 days and we throw ideas out and we brainstorm and we do sticky exercises on the wall Everyone's got 30 pages of notes, and then you leave the workshop and what happens? Nothing, right? I mean, you had a good exchange of ideas, and maybe you made some connections, and maybe down the road, a couple smaller collaborations formed. So I see, and I think the organizers see, this third session is really the opportunity for us to get detailed feedback that we can use to really implement next steps here. So that's why I say, you know, we're going to have some uncertainty. We're going to have some pieces that we haven't maybe fit together yet, but I see this as the linchpin to let us move forward and implement next stages. Okay. So anyway, with that, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we're going to try to do this in sort of live stream on the team site, and we'll see if it causes trouble or not. Nick, everything good with ability, or Breck, everything good with your ability to access the document you're trying to get?
She couldn't find it on the team site.
It's on the team site right where everybody loaded their presentations, which I'll admit is a less intuitive spot, but that's where I dropped it.
Thank you.
Yeah, uploaded presentations. Thanks.
And I knew everyone could access it. So at the risk of repeating ourselves, but wanting to bring everybody along together, yesterday, after each of our Jamboard exercises, we tried to summarize some of these commonalities and tools and approaches into different categories, so that we weren't just looking at 150 different sticky notes, but rather what categories fell out. And so we've kind of stuck with that approach. We've added a couple categories, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I assume everyone's seeing the table I'm showing, and this is live on Teams. I will ask you to not edit the table yet, because that would sort of make it a little hard on us. So what we did, we just came up with categories, and they're numbered. The numbering doesn't matter. It just allowed us to take different sticky notes that had the same concept or the same tools or the same approach and organize them. So we've got these 12 categories, you know, and you should see these as the common themes from yesterday: stakeholder engagement, decision support tools, applications of models, and you all gave us phenomenal information about the different types and ways we can use predictive models and linked models and integrated models and single species models. We've captured all that detail. That's not lost, but for this kind of next step of organizing material, we might not see all those details. We talked about data visualization being critical. We talked about new opportunities to use satellite and remote sensing data to develop these geospatial metrics to inform vulnerability. Spent thresholds and tipping points have obviously come up as a theme throughout this entire discussion, repeatedly by multiple scientists. That's a clear theme. Ecosystem services came up. Individual species tools, both related to at-risk, threatened and endangered species, as well as invasive species, certainly were themes. Informing restoration decisions. These are going to be endpoints. Or how do we improve the successes of our restoration efforts? Climate change impacts, in particular sea level rise and impacts to coastal wetlands, certainly appears to be a theme. Got an awful lot of monitoring work going on. We've heard about that all week, and no shock, we're USGS, so the collection of empirical data is at the core of what we do. And then we had some ideas that sort of fell into other bins, and we didn't want to lose those, so we kept those in other bins. So we took, you can think about this as all of your sticky notes and tried to bin them under these 12 categories. That's really what we attempted to do. And that's, I'm going to bounce now over to this other spreadsheet, this aggregated spreadsheet. And so the way this is set up, and I think I can zoom in just a little bit more. There we go. I'm going to try to do some edits to this in real time as we work through it as a group and attempt, we'll see what pace works. Greg mentioned, we know this session is going to run a little bit late, but that's okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have 3 exercises today. First, we're going to focus on this first column. And we're going to show you how we rolled all this up, and we're going to ask for your feedback. We're going to ask for your input. We'll clean it up as we need. That's going to be our first exercise. Concurrently, though, we're also going to exercise where we think about the time scale. So we've mentioned this several times. Are there easy wins? And I want to define terms here because that's going to affect how we think about this. So to us, an easy win, Nick sort of coined the term for us and we've adopted it, as self-executing. An easy win is something that 2 scientists or 4 scientists across 4 different landscapes could say, absolutely, we can do that now. In the next couple of months, we don't need resources. We just need people who share the willingness and the passion to do it. So an easy win is something that we can do quickly, something that we already have the pieces in place. We'll give some examples of that a little bit later, but that's our idea of an easy win. Not something that's going to take a long time, not something that's going to take a lot of money. Contrast that with long-term. Long-term, we're thinking this is something that could be 3 to 5 years. And while this workshop has not been set up to really dive into those, we still want to capture them. We still want to preserve that concept because we want to have an eye to these long-term opportunities. We don't lose those. So long-term, 3+ years, take a lot of resources. And then there's what we've treated as a sweet spot, this kind of intermediate idea. In the next year, year and a half, with some resources, we could advance in a substantial way our technical efforts working across larger landscapes. So that's sort of the time scale piece here. And then at the very end, we'll talk about how we can prioritize and particularly prioritize these intermediate efforts. So the idea being easy wins, well, we really don't need to prioritize them. They're easy wins. Let's just move out on them. They should go forward regardless. We capture them, we celebrate them, but they should be able to go forward on their own. Long term, we go, oh, we probably can't really advance them right now. We need to think more strategically, that sort of a thing. Sweet spot are these intermediates. We want to get your feedback, and I tend to call it prioritization. I really should just call it guidance. We want your guidance on the impact and the relative effort it'll take for some of these. So that's what we're going to do. That's the layout of this spreadsheet. Each of our 12 categories, hopefully you're seeing, are here in gray. So we had the first one, and these aren't necessarily in a specific order. So don't worry about the order of which the categories. So we had a stakeholder engagement category, and we've built out a couple pieces there we'll look at in a moment. We had a decision support category, a visualization tools category, satellite and remote sensing metrics category. So hopefully what folks are seeing is in gray are the categories, and then the actual method, the tool, or the approach that we would try to expand and apply across the landscape efforts are in the unfilled text box or rows. So row 4, row 5. So I'm going to pause for a minute. I haven't been able to watch the chat. Do we have anything in the chat, crew, that we need to address right now?
No.
All right, cool. Thank you, Greg. All right, so hopefully last time I'll say, my hope is folks will work with us and roll with us on this. I think anytime you take what we've gotten in 2 days of feedback and we try to aggregate it and summarize it in a couple 2-hour work sessions last night and this morning, it's not going to be perfect, but hopefully we capture an awful lot of the feedback. So what we're going to do is step through each of these. You can give us your feedback for each category, put some timescales to it. Then we'll probably take a break at that point. Breck and I will then set up a Menti, and we'll wrap the session out with a Menti. So that's where we're going. So stakeholder engagement, we started this workshop saying, not only do we want to see commonalities across landscapes, but we want to see commonalities across how we interact with stakeholders. And obviously there was a huge response. And one of the really special things about our either PES or large landscape efforts are the extent and the way we engage our stakeholders. We work with them, we do co-production, we're embedded in work groups. And so, one opportunity here is that we could enhance and coordinate more between our large landscape efforts on how we engage stakeholders to drive these large landscape efforts. Not necessarily pull all the same stakeholders to the table, but look at those approaches. In Chesapeake, we embed stakeholders with work groups. A couple of the others talked about, hey, we could do some climate change charrettes, which are really informative. Others talked about co-production. And so that's our first one. And then the second high-level roll-up for the stakeholder engagement was we talked a lot about this idea of collective, or some about collective impact, and the potential to use collective impact as a relative framework across some of these different landscapes. But we didn't want to lose track of this idea that it's not just collective impact isn't the only framework. So the way we put this together was we could, an opportunity is that we could explore more how the different landscape settings are using either collective impact or other guiding frameworks to make sure that we're maximizing that impact of our science. We're all pulling on the oars in the same direction, as it were, to drive management and decision making. So my question now for you all is whether you see anything missing with regard to the stakeholder engagement pieces that we all brought forward over the last 2 days, or whether you say, man, I really want to see, I think there's too much in this one approach or this one tool. We should break it into 2 pieces. And if you don't have edits, that's fine, but this is just how we tried to take everything we heard about stakeholder engagement and put it into kind of 2 summary bullets. So I'll pause there. In fact, I'll look at the chat. It doesn't look like we have anything new. Actually,
one comment from Eric about land use.
Yeah, so should land use be included either alone or as climate and land use? Great point. And as I think it through, so down below, Eric, just a quick point. I know when we got down here, and I know people haven't had a chance, we sort of looked at combining, or how do we disentangle the effects of those multiple drivers, climate and land use. So that's certainly a possibility. I'm looking now at each of these lines to see. So should land use be included? You can go ahead and unmute, Eric, if you want to expand on. I thought you were suggesting an edit, but I'm not sure I see where that goes.
I had put that more related to your broader categories. You had climate change effects. And since we talked a lot about sort of thinking through how future growth and land uses influence our goals here, it seemed like it'd be a pretty important one.
So adding land use to, you're saying maybe climate and land use adaptation? Was that your proposal?
Yeah, I guess when I saw your broader categories on the other tab, it was number 10 was climate impacts.
Yes.
That's when I wrote it. And then on the aggregated sheet, it sounds a little different, like climate adaptation science and what have you. So
yeah.
This fits in, but seems like a component of all of our challenges.
Absolutely. I'm going to capture it in this way. Agreed. Certainly the combined effects of climate and land use are a thread that has permeated our discussion. So thank you. Okay, appreciate it, Eric. And that's sort of what we want from folks. So now, looks like we don't have any other comments.
Can I just, oh wait, there's hands up, but I was going to just
out. Thank you. Now I see the hands up. Thank you. I think that was Brett. Go ahead, Mike. Are you the first one?
Yeah, I think so. Going through these, in participating in things like this in the past, I know that sometimes the devil is in the details of how we ascribe meaning to various, terminology and such. And so, there's maybe a few times we might want to try and call out a little bit more conceptually what we're talking about in some of these things, to make sure that we're all on the same page and what they actually mean. And I know we talked about like collective impact yesterday, I think, and maybe it was defined, but that was one that caught my attention just looking at it again. And I don't remember what we said collective impact was. I've got a notion in my head about what it might be, but I'm not sure that I would have the same notion as everybody else in the room.
So excellent point. And we do want to capture that when there's, you know, a term that others may not be interpreting similarly. Absolutely want to capture that. In particular, I was thinking about the slide that we all looked at together. I can't, and I apologize, I don't remember whose slide deck it was in, that sort of showed it as an approach, you know, multiple arrows in the same direction as opposed to the kind of more random look of all arrows pointing in different directions. So Claudia, I know that caught your attention. I see your hand up, so I was going to see about, did you want to add on to that?
Yeah, I think I agree with Mike that, right, this is a short capture of a lot of ideas.
Absolutely.
And what I was intrigued with is that I feel that this could be on a continuous time scale, right? So there would be some easy wins in the short term, and they're maybe mostly captured by the line above. But I also think that there could be some wins in the intermediate term, but it all depends on what people mean by exploring these frameworks, right? So I think this probably just requires a separate discussion with folks that are interested in this and just really hash out, what do we mean? What would we like to accomplish in the short term versus long term? So yeah, the devil's in the detail and to be fleshed out, but definitely one of my favorite topics. So I agree with Mike.
And so let's use that as an example. The steps we're going to take in this third session are trying to identify which of those topics are really ripe and really are priority for us to dive in a little deeper to. That's the kind of the idea here. You could absolutely envision a workshop, that a follow-up workshop we'd set up to look at different frameworks we're using for collective impact or other frameworks to align stakeholders, managers, scientists all at once. So that's how I'm thinking about this as an example. In this case, is you could see a deeper dive workshop into this, which that's what we're trying to identify.
Hey, Ken?
Yeah.
A couple comments in the chat. Eric mentioned, he said, would it help to have each of us add notes to a line item in a separate column to the right?
Very nice idea.
And then the second is that Kirk just copied his collective impact slide and put it in the last page of the Jamboard.
Excellent. Thank you, Kurt. So very much like the idea of welcoming folks to offer some additional notes and comments. It just disappeared. But welcome that. What we wanted to do was in particular ask folks, it looks like only about 9 folks have opened the worksheet. And my hope was that everybody would. What we wanted to do with regard to the timescales, and this is very poorly, let's talk about the timescales for a minute. I think we all understand what we talked about for the summary bullets. What we wanted to identify with regard to the timescales was to get a little bit of feedback from folks on, were there easy wins related to this topic? So if we go back to enhancing our stakeholder engagement efforts, obviously there you can think of some easy wins, maybe where we saw examples between what's being done in one landscape that we could just pick up and begin to implement based on slide decks, that kind of a thing. Are there some intermediate opportunities that we could build out in the next 18 months to collaborate better across our landscape work? I think the answer is yes. And then are there long-term ones? Absolutely there are. So what we wanted to get from you all, and this is where you can also add, you can add notes, but you could also add content, was we wanted you to go into the spreadsheet and just add where you saw good opportunities. And I'll give you an example. So say a lot of us thought, hey, there are some real short-term wins to improving our stakeholder engagement. If everybody went in and edited, I think you'd end up seeing something like that, which would tell us from a guidance perspective, hey, there's some real short-term opportunities that we could continue to work with this group on saying, let's advance and try to capture some of those. Likewise, what we may see is more input from you saying, no, there's more intermediate opportunities. So it's this is just a chance for you to say, with regard to timelines, I really think this is more of a long-term effort. This is a short-term effort. So each person can go in and basically put, I would say, up to 1x in each of these boxes to say, here's what I think. I'm going to remove all the additional ones, but you can go in and just say, yeah, I think there's some short-term wins on this, on row 4, and there's some short-term wins on row 5. That's what we wanted to ask people for. Love the idea of adding a comment section. I'm looking at the notes now.
Yeah, there's some problems with folks accessing the sheet. On which I'm not sure why. I think Breck is working on that. She put a direct link in the chat. Judy, does that direct link work? Just jump on, go off mute and tell us.
No, I can't get it to work. Sorry.
Huh, weird. Can I just email it? You want to be able to edit it though real time, right? So you don't.
Yeah, that was the idea, was we're going to try to do that. So it looks like Stephanie now can get in using the link. And Sasha, have you been able to try the link?
I haven't been able. I tried copying and pasting it and clicking it. I wasn't able to get it.
All right. So is that just a function of needing
technology?
I'm going to stop sharing real quick.
I was able to get in it, so maybe it's the team settings or something.
That's what I was wondering. So I'm going to go ahead and close it.
Teams is still kind of a mystery to me, but
Oh, absolutely.
Because I think everybody has permissions, because it's in a folder that we gave everyone permission.
That's really why I tried dropping it there, was thinking that would enable. Mike Dunaway, you've been my SharePoint guru in the past.
Yeah, it should work for the folks that I've seen that's not working. I've been adding them, resharing the link. But so I'll keep, we could just change it. So I'll look to change that. Maybe the Jamboard, so anybody in DOI with a link works. And then we won't have an issue. Is that all right with you guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
We can always change that back later.
Yep. Thank you, Mike. So I'm going to open it again and reshare.
We need a 14-year-old as our technical advisor here, our IT person. It would be fine.
I hear you.
I'm a little older than 14, I think.
But you know what you're doing, and we appreciate
you. Yeah, you know what you're doing.
All right. So, okay, I'm seeing now 16 people in here.
Raise your hand if you cannot get in still. So Kelly, you're still in, or you're not in? Sasha and Kelly.
So Sasha and Kelly.
Oh, sorry, I had a comment. I'm in.
Okay, but all right, so just Sasha, maybe Sasha, you're not in yet?
Still not in.
Okay. And Mike, you reshared it with her?
I'll do that now.
I'm in.
All right.
Got it. Thanks, everybody.
So is there anybody, just speak up if you're not able to access it right now so we can fix it. It sounds like we're good.
I think we got it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So.
Hey, Ken, before you start, Kelly was about ready to ask a question.
Thank you, Greg. Go ahead, Kelly.
Oh, it was just commenting on our task here, and I'm thinking, would it be beneficial to get some feedback from people? Do they need help with stakeholder interaction? I know Neil mentioned something about he couldn't get his models in the stakeholders' hands, but you know, in the Chesapeake Bay, we're pretty well embedded. We have a pretty good interaction. I'm not sure that I even see it being a win unless I know what somebody else doing. So I can't comment. Like I other than if you guys are thinking maybe it'll be a report how everybody's interacting. Like, okay, we're embedded where, let's say, the mid-continental one is less embedded, but they're more on executive branches. Is that the level you're kind of thinking? Because I don't really know what to say right now, I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, the idea here, Kelly, I think working out the Chesapeake example is, are there good opportunities for us to share what's working in the Chesapeake or what's not worked in the Chesapeake, and then getting together with other leaders from other units, talk about where they've got challenges and they see opportunities, so that as we look out over the next 18 months, we could, you know, take that approach of begin to use more of the things that seem to be working and eliminate barriers, eliminate challenges. So again, I almost see that as a workshop to bring people together and talk about what's working, what's not, so that a year and a half from now, we're maximizing the stakeholder engagements we can. So I could see where you are going, well, you know, it's not a high priority to you. And we'll get to that prioritization here in a little bit. But, and if you don't, you know, therefore, if you go, well, I don't really see an easy win because it would take a little work to get everybody together and put a second workshop on. I understand that it's not an easy win. It's more of an intermediate sort of opportunity is honestly my thinking. But I think we're going to, two things are, one, we're going to answer your question more when we do our ranking exercise on Menti here in a little bit. So that's one. And then two is, you are spot on. We have imperfect knowledge, and the coordinators are going to have to add some knowledge here. We're probably, before anything rolls out, going to have to go talk to some stakeholders as well. So you're right that we have imperfect knowledge, and that makes this a little bit tougher. But we still see it as that linchpin for being able to implement some of what we have heard over the last 2 days. That makes sense?
Can we have 3 hands up?
Yeah, I was going to say, so I think they're stacked in order. So I think, Mike, are you next?
Yeah, and I think you covered what I was going to comment on. I think I really like the idea of self-execution, and these are all great ideas that I think everyone on this call would think are important. But there's a difference between ideas that are important, we would all agree that they're important, and the self-execution aspect. And I think we may get to this later with the prioritization, but a really good question to people would be, would you be interested in leading an effort on this or co-leading an effort on this? You know, and there's a distinction there between, yes, this is a good idea, it's a cool theme, versus, yeah, there's a group of people that would be interested in leading this. And so we may get to that in the prioritization stage, but I just think that's a real important component to this.
Hey, Mike, that is actually one of the elements in the session 4.
Okay,
so,
good.
So once we've made it through this, I think there are going to be some of those that exactly people are going to potentially offer up wanting to lead or at least participate in that type of activity.
Thanks, Mike. Great. Karen.
Hi, you've actually answered, I think, most of my questions, because I was trying to figure out, because it says enhance and coordinate approaches, and I think this group was selected because a lot of us already do. Like, we have a good pulse on what managers need. But I find myself a lot in these committees and advisory kind of team things with stakeholders, and it seems that the voice that I bring a lot of the time is making people aware of what's happening in other major estuaries, because people, work in their own bubble. So, like, for example, I know Mike works with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service a lot about seal rise planning. So do I, but we don't and I can tell you probably right now, those managers probably do not know what each other is doing, because that's just, we're all the same, right? So it's like, that seems like an easy win, but is that our role, to connect refuge managers to talk about sea level rise planning? I think it needs to be done. Trust me, I that has been a drum I've been beating for a long time, but I feel like there's, in the Chesapeake Bay example, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've been like, you should look at what Chesapeake Bay is doing, because, you guys are a decade or more ahead of us in terms of impacts, right? So, I was trying to, I guess I was sort of with my team, like, what does that look like? I mean, because we all are already, most of us, embedded or probably spending too much time in meetings and talking with others. So, so
one little clarification, the way we had framed this morning was more talking about, I saw it more internally about how we as USGS scientists are engaging stakeholders and using those tools. I would actually see it as a separate entry if we said there's actually a goal to better connect the stakeholders to one another across the landscapes. And agree with you, that's a very different goal, and we could probably have a rich discussion about whether that's our role.
Yeah. Okay. That's a great answer, Ken. That helps. Thank you.
And if you were to say that's missing and we need to capture that as a priority opportunity, we'd add a line and capture it now. So that's what we wanted to get out of this discussion. If somebody said, wow, you went too far and you've reduced to 2 lines, something that's more complex, and let's get that information.
Yeah. Well, I do think line 4 has a lot in it. Like the models, like, should we get together and talk about modeling? Absolutely. And how we, I don't have a good recommendation of how that should be split out, but I do think that's, that was like the whole LCC mission in one line for those of us that were part of that originally too. So,
we will talk more about modeling in a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So,
Davina?
Davina, yeah.
I just wanted to kind of follow on this discussion on stakeholder engagement with, what Mike and Karen identified. The other thing to consider is that, even though we may want to do stakeholder engagement, there's this whole social science component to it. And so often we, as more on the physical side or ecological side of science, don't really have the expertise or background to do that part of stakeholder engagement. So like with the coastal program, we just identified stakeholder engagement as a priority. And so we hired on a new research social scientist to take that over. And so I think that's just something to consider as we're thinking about these timelines. We all may recognize that stakeholder engagement is important, but if we're going to do it the right way, we need to have that expertise and the right people in place.
Great point. I know Eastern Ecological Science Center has built an entire team around stakeholder engagement to reflect the value there. Greg.
Just one follow-up on Karen's comment and whether or not that should be added as a particular new line item. One thing that we've seen in the Gulf in particular is that when we have developed a particular product, model, application in one location, say in Louisiana, and we've been able to expose that approach, technique, model to another location, like in Mississippi, that has led to conversations of, we would like to have that here. And using Davina's modeling activities as an example, those 6 modeling activities, a lot of it came from demonstrating what was done in one location in another. So this idea of connecting across stakeholders might be important enough to include. I just wanted to give you that frame of reference from the Gulf.
So let's take a temperature real quick, because I recognize I knew it was going to take some time to talk about the layout of the spreadsheet and what we're trying to do. And we as coordinators even said, wow, we could spend all day talking about each of these items. What I think we really want to focus on is if anything major is missing, And then coming back to the first activity was try to get a sense of, and I can't tell if people just haven't populated or they don't understand what we were trying to see. Trying to get feedback. So I wonder if we move into the decision support topic and sort of work through that and see if this kind of works itself out a little bit. So we talked at length about decision support tools, in particular structured decision making as one of those tools. And so we captured sort of 3 topics here. The first was, and this is, we pulled together multiple sticky notes to develop this, but it was, the idea is, can we build simplified decision matrices that are based on these more complex geospatial matrix and data sets that we then can share with managers that they could understand? And then there was even a thought of, could you take some of those approaches and maybe across regions have more unified approaches or universal geospatial metrics related to sea level rise, wetland vulnerability, that kind of a thing. So that was kind of one of them, simplified decision matrix or matrices. And then can we more widely look at how we're applying structural decision making, what's working with it, to apply in other landscapes. I think a lot of them were already doing it, but there's probably some that we haven't done that much. And then lastly, exploring decision support tools and how they can be transferred or applied to other, explore other decision support tools and approaches. So appreciating structured decision making is but one tool. Are there other tools that we want to think about as well? So idea here is this took a whole lot of decision support discussion and sort of pulled it down into these 3 bullets. And so I see some comments being added, and I think that's great.
Hi, Ken. There's a question in the chat for clarification on if they're supposed to be prioritizing with an X in each column.
So what you're supposed to be doing, in my thinking, was each researcher would for each kind of opportunity, we'll call each of these rows an opportunity, add an X wherever you think the opportunity resides. So if you say, look, working with stakeholders, we can't do anything in the short term, we can do something in the intermediate term, then yeah, go ahead and add an X. And that way it's feedback for us. If I saw everybody piling in and saying there's an intermediate opportunity here, that helps the organizers of this workshop when we do our post-mortem. And as Greg said, there's a huge post-mortem we've got to do to organize this. We're going to come back to it. So thank you, Breck, for mentioning that, because I'm starting to see people identify that. And then for the prioritization we'll do later, we're going to really dig into this intermediate box. So I'm going to pause for a minute, give everyone a minute or two, because it looks like folks are sort of saying, yeah, what's the time scale for some of these opportunities? And love the comments that y'all are dropping in on some of these. I probably won't take time to read all of them because we do have a limited time to get through this. But great opportunity to help us capture some thoughts. So one more minute on each of these 3, and then we will pause and sort of say, did we miss any big pieces? Like someone could say, you missed this whole tool or this whole concept behind decision support. I think you need to put it in there. So 1 minute. All right, I see a slowing of content being added. I love how some people are getting ahead. That's fine if you're comfortable. So with regard to this category of decision support tools, I highlighted that we kind of distilled it down to 3 bullets. Does anyone want to say hey, you missed one, or I'd like to see this row broken into 2 pieces, anything like that? I see the comments.
Ken, Kurt has a hand up as well.
Thank you. Good, Kurt.
Thanks, John. I could have broken in two, but I wasn't sure when a good time was going to be. So thanks for doing that. Just as people are finishing this up, I will offer that I'm aware, I participated in, and I'm aware of a publication, a special investigations report that is coming out. Amanda Stoltz with the, I don't know if any of you know, our Coastal Marine Hazards and Resources Program, and two other co-authors that are coming out with this report. Apparently it's in peer review, focused on decision support tools within USGS and how people approach them, the learning processes, pitfalls, and so on. That wasn't ready. I reached out yesterday to Amanda and said, something I could share. It's not quite ready to share, but it's coming soon. So I just giving the verbal, and I'll put something in the spreadsheet too. So there should be some more guidance in this report that's coming out.
Fantastic. So that's one that's already kind of moving out. I appreciate that. And then Neil?
Yeah, I do think number 7, line 7 could be broken into two things, which is the simple decision matrices based on more complex being one, and the universal geospatial metrics being more along Judy's idea of a common currency. And I'm wondering if those are two different things. I don't know if Judy has an opinion on the currency idea being separate from decision matrices, but I see those as two things that might have different timeframes. I think like the currency idea might be maybe an intermediate or longer term that might be like an actual sit down, synthesize exercise. Whereas the simple decision matrix thing is something we could do with existing knowledge and existing data. But
I agree totally, Neil. That's really a good distinction.
Okay.
So let's see if I can do this without blowing everything up.
Oh, God, you blew it up.
Done that before.
No, I'm kidding. It's fine.
Well, anytime I live edit in Teams, Teams seems to suck for that. So.
Can I ask a really stupid question?
Sure.
When I add an X, it seems to then cancel out other X's. So I don't really understand how this is working. I'll see a bunch of X's and then I add an X and then there's only mine. Am I only seeing it just because I'm seeing what I wrote? So I don't understand how this works, really.
You got to do it up in the text bar.
Yeah, so if you click on a box like I'm hovering over here and just go up here, you can add content and it'll retain it. If you just go on top of the cell and put in one X, it will delete the cell.
That was not clear to me.
Sorry. All right.
Thank you.
If that's a good way to alter the results, I like it.
Finger on the scale, right? All right. So we've done that edit. Apologies to any of you who sort of already put in your time scales. That's why hopefully going box to box. If there are no, okay, Neil, your hand's up. Is that remnant or do you have another thought? All right, cool. So let's, continuing this, all three of these go together, by the way, stakeholder engagement, decision support, and visualization tools. You could have rolled that into one. I know that. We all know that. So we had some great discussions that there are these opportunities to have better visualization tools. We tried to downscale it to these three, where can we enhance usage of innovative data visualization tools across landscapes? In essence, what are people already doing? And can we take the approaches they're using? I know Neil shared a story map, for example, and said we could add data to this if we have data layers ready to go. Second one was identify barriers to using more open source data visualization. I don't think that should be open space. I think that should be open source data visualization platforms. So this is more about the actual platform we're using. Whereas the first one is more about coordinating, about sharing really progressive visualization tools. And then the third one is exploring sort of the collective value, collective value of interactive scenario tools to assess future conditions. We talked a lot about how we can have those interactive tools to look at future conditions. So we distinguished that from kind of this first one because it was more thinking of future conditions. So I'll pause there. I see folks adding content. I don't see any hands, and I'm trying to get used to bouncing back to the chat. Told John Hortness yesterday, I thought he had a tough session, but I think this one's going to stretch us.
Yeah,
That's all right.
You're doing really great. And I just want to make a time check too, because I think we're on a good time frame. It looks like we're getting through at a pace where we can make it through.
Well, now that I think people understand what it is we're asking them for, I figured we'd pick up some speed, and
so far
the comment piece is a great addition where, so instead of maybe quibbling over things, we can drop a comment in and say, hey, organizers, think about this when you move forward. You know, Kurt's paper he added, Neil's comments about applications of CCL fit into this construct. So anything else on the visualization tools? And I see people populate, gosh, you guys are amazing to say we've got these easy wins. I love it. I mean, look at that. That to me is just stunning to go, these are some things we can implement rapidly. Tanya, I see your hand.
So in terms of the visualization tools, one of the things we get caught on sometimes is the level to which different parts of the puzzle have been published or not.
Sure.
And that makes it difficult. And it's pretty common for some of the other agencies to have visualization tools out there. But I've run in multiple times to FSP stoppages. And so that's, I get it, you know, and that's even when I had the publications, but putting it together with other pieces, there'll be a piece that doesn't pass the threshold. Mm-hmm. So some examples of ways to do that would be or ways to accelerate it.
Okay, so you're almost proposing an additional line to say, explore ways to work within the existing FSP to work with these other stakeholder provided data sets.
Well, even with our data sets, but and maybe it's because it falls outside of what was defined in the original funding and things like that, but pulling together the research efforts into a story map has been difficult in several of the different places where I've worked for, you know.
So I'm trying to think whether that's inherently part of this row 12.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in with Tanya because that's one of the reasons we haven't made a ton of progress, you know, because there's never enough time allocated to that type of effort.
You're saying at the end of a study, basically.
Yeah, and like you're like, I really want to make this more visual or available to people, but I don't have 5 years to do it. And it does seem to vary a lot by center and mission. Like I work with people in water. It's way harder for them than me in ecosystems. But even that, like people don't even know how to do it. Anyway, I think, I hate to plan, but like maybe coming up with a strategy of like, this is how we do it. And then we can all do it. And you kind of get buy-in from whoever you need to get buy-in from. Like that would be a win for me if there was some sort of SOP or this is how you do it. It seems like the farther you go up the chain, the less people are like, no, and then they all have different rules, and then we get a new administration and they change again. So yep. I mean, I'm sure everyone's empathetic to that. So, I would love to make my stuff more visual and available, but it just has been a headache. So you just move on to the next project. So and I deliver stuff directly to the end users. Like, you know, US Fish and Wildlife Service has the layers themselves, but they can't share that. Anyway. Okay. I'm agreeing completely.
So my proposal for now to kind of keep us moving is if you would add a comment for associated with row 12 that how do we consider the barriers to using some of those data sets in the current FSP, Karen and Tanya, I think that would be great so that we capture it, but we kind of keep moving. Does that sound all right? And then Greg, your hand's up. All right, it's not up. Sasha.
I was just agreeing with Karen and Tanya, and I think maybe there could be a role for the the leaders of this group to talk about creative ways. Other agencies really are allowed to share data in real time in ways that I think is often hard for us. So we have to wait till the end. We have to wait, and then we have to go through all of this stuff, and then we can't really change it as our understanding and data change easily. So one point I think is to look outside of this group for permissions to do what other agencies are able to do with a disclaimer. I think we should be able to do that. And then also there are formal USGS data visualization groups to be able to bring them in and use their expertise and maybe their time in a coordinated way amongst all of us, I think could be really, really cool.
Great example where follow-ups don't necessarily only involve this group. Go get Community for Data Integration or something could jump in. Greg.
Actually, that was exactly the point that I was going to make, is that we have hundreds of data visualizations on little projects, on regional programs. And the truth is they take a lot of time and effort and money to maintain over time, and a lot die on the vine. And a lot have recurring data layers that would be valuable to have online and be maintained, that they don't have the resources relative to the project. So I think thinking about barriers, but also thinking about the opportunities as organizationally, how do we think about the types of data layers that might have strong support in development over time in terms of reoccurring layers and updated information, and whether the value organizationally and to the stakeholders is sufficient to invest more from an organizational level rather than project by project.
Yeah, you're right. Good point. All right. Well, let's advance to talk about satellite-based spatial metrics. We talked. This was a common theme as well. So the way we distilled it down, we kind of had three here. There was expand the application of high resolution / remote sensing and spatial metrics for detecting land, climate, and vegetation changes, and then having that information available or incorporation of it into our modeling frameworks is, of course, priority. So kind of, I know there's an awful lot in there to gather, collect, and incorporate it into our models. And then we had some discussion about repeated serial imagery use to look at vulnerability over time and space. And then our last one was, this was more of a sticky note, identifying existing and aspirational regional to national modeling products that we could then use to identify sort of these important ecosystem structure and function pieces that we want to incorporate into our modeling framework. So the idea being this was a more special case of taking national products, I think. Existing ones are identifying gaps of what we need, whereas this was actually using the remote sensing. This was using other sort of serial imagery approaches. I see some comments already being dropped in. Great, Neil's working on this, gonna have it solved, long term. Anyway. I see folks are already populating timescales, so you're awesome. Anyone say, man, there was a big piece missing there, or have we captured it with sort of some of these high level opportunities? Mike.
Yeah, I do think there's a piece missing. So as an ecologist that works with geographers, I think there's an intermediate step here needed in terms of identifying the changes that we want to measure. And I think those changes are different in different PES systems. And I'm especially thinking about coastal wetlands here. I think that the regime shifts that are important in the Everglades are different than the Chesapeake, than parts of the Gulf of Mexico, than San Francisco, than the Puget Sound. And so I would really like to see an intermediate row here that's focused on those regime shifts. Which regime shifts are important and should be measured within different PESs? And then the next step is, what metrics do we need to characterize those regime shifts? And I think identifying those regime shifts is a real short-term step. That's something that this group should be able to get done tomorrow. They know, but it's going to be really important to differentiate those regime shifts in different PESs because they're going to be different.
And you're talking more broadly than just the ecological pieces. It can be land use, it could be climate, it could be habitat shifts, right?
Yeah, it could be anything. I'm thinking about my system, but in the desert, the same thing. I'm sure in the desert systems, they have specific regime shifts that they've been working on and would want satellite-based metrics for, and maybe already have. But the first step is identifying those changes that we need to measure.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a fine point. Thank you, Mike. Okay. Other, Mike Schmidt.
Hi, first of all, I'm Michael Schmidt. I'm standing in for Dave Beauchamp. I'm the Center Director for Western Fisheries Research Center. I was just going to ask, what's the difference between regime shift metrics and thresholds? You have a section for thresholds, and I was just curious if it rather means prioritizing that entire section over the satellite-based stuff to get at what Mike was just saying.
Yeah, so maybe I should let Mike comment. To me, the regime shift metrics are more, as I captured, kind of the identifying the characteristics we want to measure on the landscape. The thresholds that we were talking about were much more the tipping points. At which point do we see a system collapse? And if we can communicate tipping points to managers, there's a lot of information they can react to there. Does that help or no?
Yeah, sure. That helps. Thanks.
Okay. So comment. Okay, so we identify the data sets we need, and then we expand the development of these high resolution remote sensing tools for developing these metrics. All right. So with regard to thresholds, I'm sorry, Judy, I see your hand up.
No problem. I actually really agree with Michael Schmidt. I think that is a category unto itself. I think regime shifts require passing through a threshold, and it's not just to collapse, it's to something else. It's a state change. So I was thinking the exact same thing. I don't know if other people were, but I do see that as more of one category, and that's kind of being split between different categories here that we might want to put into one category instead of splitting it, because I think people might get confused, but maybe it's just me who's getting confused. But I do think that it does have those two aspects. So, and probably more aspects once we start talking about it.
That makes a lot of sense. So I don't think it is just you, Judy. I think for me, that makes sense. And I think that's maybe kind of why I did try to order it so that talking about the thresholds were after it. Help me, is there a specific proposal then that you're saying? So if row 16 is trying to identify the regime shift metrics we're trying to understand, we had a different category, and you're right, these all blur and they're shades of gray. They're not distinctly different categories. Where we would be identifying and improving work related to understanding these thresholds and understanding triggers and tipping points. So I'm trying to think, are we proposing that we're adding a line? That's, I guess, where I'm a little confused yet. Greg,
I think you could add maybe that line on regime shifts to the topic of thresholds, but maybe other people see it differently. I just think we have to consider them all together because they are very closely related, but maybe others have another suggestion.
So in other words, kind of remove the artificial category here where thresholding kind of fell into its own bin.
Right.
All right, so for now, just tentative. I like that solution. That makes a I don't know why I can't update colors. Can I update? I don't see what I wanted to do, so all I'm going to do is just sort of do that, and that'll bring my eye back. So if we kind of remove that and we sort of say instead, so I had been thinking this was more related to the way in which, or the manner in which we're collecting data, but I think we could group it very much with the threshold piece and moving into those thresholds. So we had kind of a two-step process we were thinking of, was summarize our current understanding across the different landscapes and the gaps in our knowledge. So kind of a step one is state of science, what do we understand? And then step two was summarize the existing work being done in applications so that we could take next step studies to identify, monitor, and better characterize thresholds to inform that vulnerability. So that was our idea, was what do we understand, what do we know, and then how do we apply that going forward? Again, I totally get that these thresholds were a big thread throughout the entire week. Okay, I don't see hands up. I do see one new. All right. Yeah, I think we're making good progress. You know, one of the things I should have mentioned to folks, I'm going to scroll down to kind of our next category here of modeling tools. We were able to distill this down to 40 opportunities, which I felt like was probably a healthy number. We could have had 200 here if we kept every layer of detail. We could have had 5, which would have been inappropriate. So there's about 40 of these to get through among our 12. So modeling tools. So I want to think about this. We're going to have a similar discussion maybe to the modeling tools, and it bears some similarity to the monitoring. So we have a tremendous number of really powerful high-end modeling tools we use. We are not looking to ignore them, and that's why the way we put this together, we still sort of captured them in the category. And what we said was we should better describe the available inventory of tools that we're using to characterize habitat vulnerability to climate change. So what's the inventory of tools? And then based on the current approaches we're using, what's the opportunity to actually incorporate climate change scenarios into those? Some already do, some do a lesser job. Our example, we've talked about this with some of the California or some of the San Francisco Bay work where they didn't really bring those climate change scenarios in. So we now have the inventory, we look across which ones are we already bringing climate change scenarios into, or how do we, and then we can consider just how to better characterize and share across USGS and across the large landscape areas, these existing tools, characterize what's available and align with, and we landed on this idea of aligning those tools with end user needs, the model complexity, and the available data sets. We know some are going to be individual models, some are going to be more of these linked models where we're passing results from one module to another, and some will be integrated. So, all right. So that was sort of the concept. And so we took what was a very large number of individual models and we try to bin them at these higher level opportunities. Eric, I see your hand up.
Just a quick question. I know we all strive to make more computationally efficient models and, you know, simpler, more applicable, but as a group here, do we want to explicitly have a 4th category that's to advance more schematized, computationally efficient models that then serve our collective needs?
I'd invite others to unmute and jump in on that. Really interesting question, Eric.
And this is Nick. Is there that kind of expertise in one place that could be applied to other places, I assume? Is that sort of what you're implying? Yeah, that I know that in the Wetland and Aquatic Research Center, they have a group of people that have modelers that work together and have done exactly those kinds of things. Take a look at our existing models, and sometimes just with a little work, they cut run times by 100%. Really, so it might be possible.
Alternatively, we just do it sort of within our own individual programs, but this would be sort of a nice, potentially more formal sort of gathering to do it here in this program.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna agree with Eric. I'm not really sure what to call it, but I do feel like there's something missing in these. Because they're basically like summarize or, but then we need to, I feel like to actually be proactive. There's something missing. I mean, maybe, especially, like in Eric's estuary and mine, like we don't have as big of a group of people doing this type of work. So I think, there's value added in seeing what others are doing too, just as an aside.
Yeah, and I would add one more thing from sort of the golf experience, and that is we don't do a very good job being able to both visualize and explain uncertainties around our models. A lot of times it's with the spatial component of the uncertainty. So if there are, in terms of thinking about computational efficiencies, there might be some opportunities, if this is true in other areas, of just ways that we can learn from each other on how we best express the uncertainties associated with our models in terms of communicating it to the stakeholders. The modelers clearly understand, but trying to communicate it to stakeholders is where I believe we've fallen a little bit short.
Yep, good point, Greg. So very comfortable adding that. Thank you, Eric, Karen. Right, keep going. I don't. So Tanya, your comment about regime change, did we capture that enough now in the spreadsheet?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to scroll down. So ecosystem services certainly came up. And there's really two entries there. One is this high level of we need to do a better job of quantifying and modeling ecosystem services and connecting how we do that across large landscapes. So we captured that. And the second one actually confused us, and I'm going to put somebody on the spot. We need to build this out a little bit more, understand a little bit more. Ecosystem services provided outside of I assume PES here, or a given PES is priority ecosystem study area. So if whoever put this in could clarify, we had two ways we thought we might interpret this. So apologies for putting someone on the spot, but if you're willing, go ahead and unmute and share.
Yeah, I threw that in there. I'm thinking mostly about how we can kind of expand sort of the publics and the constituency interested in the resource that we have within our PESs, like within our work areas, our landscapes, if we understand the impact that those landscapes have on services that are used by people outside of the landscape. Is that making sense? So like,
I now understand completely the context in which you offered that comment. Yes.
Yeah. So in the case of our landscape and the prairie potholes, we've got, we're producing a bunch of ducks that are enjoyed by hunters and bird watchers all over, the continent essentially, or we're holding water back in the wetlands and keeping it from going down the river and contributing to flooding problems, or water quality issues down along the Missouri-Mississippi River complex. And I'm sure there's plenty of examples in other landscapes of the same kinds of things. So,
yep,
we think about it a lot because if we're just dealing with our own constituency in the prairies, there's not a big population base here, and so we don't have that sort of there's the good and the bad with having an area like the San Francisco Bay, that there's a huge population around there that has a lot of interest in the resource. We don't have that big of a constituency in our area. We've been thinking about this kind of thing for quite a long time, but I think it has the potential to sort of improve the focus that each of the landscapes have.
Mm-hmm. Good point, Mike. Thank you. So there's a comment that's sort of maybe related to the connectivity theme. Kelly says, perhaps uncertainty deserves its own category. Feel free to bring that up, Kelly, as we go through this, because you might be spot on. Claudia, I see your hand up.
Yeah, so just a quick question, whether there is maybe a line missing, but maybe it fits better under restoration. So there is sort of two, at the national level, two sort of big push that sometimes are the term ecosystem services used as a synonymous, but it's not. So one is sort of using nature-based solutions and implement them to get at increasing the ecosystem services that your system provides, right? But you don't always need the sort of true ecosystem service modeling and computation along with that to sort of qualitatively assess the benefits from implementing nature-based solutions. And so I'm just curious, because there at the national level, there is a big push and working group to really get at this nature-based solutions, implementing them under sort of the big umbrella that comes along with the bill. And so I was just wondering whether that fits better under restoration processes, whether that's the place to discuss some of this, or whether that fits under ecosystem services.
My knee-jerk reaction would be to incorporate it into row 39, where we really looked at improving restoration success, where we could absolutely say, including nature-based solutions. Good point. Thank you, because they came up several times. All right, so Kelly Maloney.
Yeah, Ken, I'll just unpack my comment. As we're talking about modeling, a lot of stakeholders have bought into, was a Box's comment that all models are wrong, some are useful. And they basically die on their data. But then you talk about their data and they give you a lot of error in their data. So basically, I'm going to write another paper that all data are also wrong. Some are useful. And you have to get them to understand that. And they don't understand there's error in their data. And that's why the model is never going to be 100%. Of course, it's a model. We don't expect it to be. But I've had data where they go back and they measure it. A lot of people on this. You go back, a week after with a different team and you measure different species. You find different species. Maybe not trees, but animals, because they move. But so that uncertainty isn't just in your model, it's in all the predictors, in the response data, in the protocols when you combine data. And that's something I think I struggle with a lot, to try to get stakeholders to buy in the models because of that paper that's been circulated a lot.
So your proposal is almost at row 27, where, to Greg's comment, where I captured sort of explicit uncertainty components, you're saying that should almost be an exact separate line, because understanding, quantifying, and communicating uncertainty is something we need to consider doing a better job with all of our managers across all of our landscapes.
Well, I will put that out to the group, but I'll be happy to just put it as a non-gray line under modeling. But I think it's even bigger across all the topics that we're talking about. Even in ecosystem services, I see a comment. It's tough to even identify what those are and measure them. There's a lot of uncertainty there as well. So let's cross gray themes, whatever we're calling those.
Yeah, it are categories, but it looks like Stephanie already agreed with you in the chat as well. So how about just for something like that, just to capture it for now. Is that all right?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to try to keep us going. Again, we're probably doing okay. I'd love to get through this, folks, around 2, because that would allow us to take a break and queue up the prioritization steps. So that's kind of the approach I'm operating with, is if we get through by 2, take a 15-minute break, then we'll come back and we'll do the prioritization.
Can we, since we advertised 2:15 on the live stream?
Oh, yeah, that's fine, Nick. I hadn't even looked, so thank you.
2:15, we'll take a 30-minute break.
5 minutes. All right. So we had our next category, species level approaches. We had some great discussions about just species specific approaches, tools, models that included both threatened listed species, protection and conservation native species, as well as invasive species. It really helped me, the comment of think about these as different sides of the same coin. If you don't protect the natives, you're going to see exotic and invasives come in. So we did not do a whole lot of concatenation of this. So we had, I think, 6 or 7 topics. So can we explore enhanced usage of wildlife species as habitat indicators? This was particularly, we had a great example about using water birds and water bird condition and where water birds were as great habitat indicators. Opportunities for food web interactions across different environmental conditions and landscapes. Collaborative mechanistic approaches to look at behavior, movement, and feeding. Understanding gaps related to legacy effects, so how what occurred during one life stage may have a longer term effect on survival and fitness. Opportunities for single species management across landscapes. This is sort of a big catch-all, whether it's endangered or whether it's umbrella species or key listed species. And then lastly, one about better understanding everything being done to account for invasives taking off in these disturbed or climate changing regions. So we tried to keep those as separate rather than collapsing them into just 1 or 2 high level items. All right, looking at the chat, looks pretty clean. No hands up. Okay. Give everybody just a minute. There we go, Neil. I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I just had a general question for those who know anything about birds. Do we know how good the eBird data set is? Is that something that we can mine right now and readily across the nation?
I'm going to expect someone else to unmute and come on camera to answer that, because I am not your resource.
I maybe can answer it. I have members of my team that have been able to utilize it to help enhance our data sets. I think there definitely have been papers that have been developed using eBird information, and there are some best practices for filtering it and figuring out if you've got enough information from it to be able to do something with it. So it's possible, it's growing, and it's really so there's a lot of potential. One of the ways that we've used it is leveraging it in homogeneous Poisson point process type modeling framework, where you can bring in different types of data with different rigor and kind of bring them into inform sort of joint likelihoods. And so those, they're really handy there. You know, you can kind of pull them in and use them to enhance more rigorous data. I don't know if that's about as much as I know about it. There are people that are total eBird geeks, and we've got one. I've got one on my team, and so we kind of keep using it when we can.
That's great. I was worried you'd say it's garbage, so that's great. Thank you.
I will, Judy, I'm looking at your comment about capturing ecosystem disservice as well, and potentially adding a line item. I was thinking if we add it as a line item under ecosystem services, because it's, again, the other side of the coin. Does that sound like a reasonable solution?
I would say that they're all kind of the same thing. It's like the value of those endangered species, or sorry, not endangered, invasive species. You know, if you can ascribe a value to that, it'd be presumably lower, right? Because we don't want them there. And so that it devalues the resource essentially. So you could incorporate that into an ecosystem services models.
All right. So that's what I'm going to do. I will capture it as a,
I like that I haven't thought about it as disservices before, but you know, with a lot of invasives in the West, with changing fire regimes and stuff like that, it really is not just less natives or more, you know, it's a different trajectory. And I think thinking about it and studying it as an independent component of how systems could go one direction or another is interesting. So I really like that comment. I think thinking about however we phrase it, the way that things can have different effects that aren't necessarily on the same spectrum line, but are that a part of ecosystem trajectory setting.
We've really struggled in Chesapeake with the idea that advancing one outcome tends to have those unintended consequences for other outcomes. And the bean counters are not counting that disservice. They're obviously counting all of the good things they're doing without maybe fully appreciating those unintended consequences. So, all right, how about we roll to restoration? Again, we're doing okay. So restoration was a really big theme here. A lot of us are obviously engaged in restoration for different reasons, and we had a great discussion yesterday about stakeholders or managers want to know, how do we better define our restoration targets and endpoints? And then how do we improve those restorations so that we have successful restorations in a changing climate? And then we added including nature-based solutions a couple minutes ago based on Claudia's solution. So that's one. And then what we thought were, this was looking at common approaches and tools that we're using for both monitoring and modeling the restoration outcomes. So this is kind of after the fact, as we have wetland restoration, how do we actually go in and monitor it and then model it? And then the third one was much more of a planning tool. And so what we tried to distinguish, and maybe these are out of order, maybe we should have the explore common planning tools first, and then how do we actually monitor, or how do we set our endpoints, and then how do we monitor the outcomes from those restorations? So that was sort of the idea, because we were chopping through this pretty quick. They're maybe out of the wrong sequence, but that's the idea. All right, let me check our chat here.
So Ken, I want
Yes.
to revive what I said about the break. There's only about 4 people on the live stream, and you're doing a lot of heavy lifting now. So I think you should take a break when you need it.
Am I making sense, Nick? You can throw a hook at me if I'm not. All right, thank you. So what you're saying is if we throw a break at them that's a little off schedule, it's probably not unreasonable.
And plus, presumably, they're hearing this and will understand that. And
Yep.
We'll have
Excellent.
We'll slide of when we come back. So
since that just came up, I think I was clear before, but just a reminder to folks, because we've been working to modify our agenda based on optimizing this effort, we will need a break before our next piece that Breck and I are going to put together to do a mentee ranking exercise. So that's the reason we need the break, because there's a step we have to institute between the two. All right, so with regard to restoration, I gave a quick overview of those three. I don't see a hand up. Eric has a comment here in the chat. Does each PS have a synthesis paper describing the top 10 focal species? Not that I know of, Eric, but I'd offer if anyone else, I mean, we've got a science strategy, but it's not so much a species specific document. Other coordinators or participants on the call want to speak to that?
yeah, this is Nick for the Everglades. We don't have that. I'd love to have it. It just falls into that category of, something that's tough to do. See, Greg's got his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg. Maybe he took his hand down. One of the things that we actually did this on a smaller scale, Eric, we did it for invasive species, where we actually talked with all of, I think, 30 different partners, state, federal, and local partners, stakeholders, I should say. And we talked about what their priority invasive species concerns were. It was an easier focus, and it allowed us to dig into that topic a little bit, but other priority species, not as much. In fact, we've moved away from the indicator species approach to a more integrated approach. Go ahead, Greg.
Sorry about that. I couldn't get off mute fast enough. So as it relates to Eric's comment, in the Gulf, we are trying, there's two focuses. One is more from the agency perspective, like Fish and Wildlife Service, where they've identified biological objectives to target specific species. And then second, because of all the restoration work in the Gulf that was tied to Deepwater Horizon, there's actually a suite of injured resources that are targeted for restoration. So there is sort of two tiers. One's more from a regulatory management conservation perspective, and one's from a restoration perspective. And then the second, getting back to the restoration processes one, just a thought or a question, or actually it's probably more of a comment, is that when we talked about this morning to try to generate these three, we were thinking about different tools and approaches and applications, both from a planning side of the house as well as from a restoration side of the house. I also, though, wanted to I'm just curious on whether or not our RGE, a lot of times our RGE scientists don't get engaged in some of our restoration planning, because we are developing, they think that they can't publish science related to maybe running different restoration alternatives for particular benefits, or they actually then incorporate their science into more of whether they're feasibility studies or other types of studies that will position the agencies to then put projects on the ground. I was just curious if if other systems and our scientists are actually involved in participating in the development of things like feasibility studies. And then second, do you find that there is a limited pool of RGE scientists that want to play in the arena because of the observation that there may not necessarily be a publication or publications that would come out of the science that would inform, whether it's a model or process study that would inform that restoration planning activity?
Pausing just a minute, Greg, to see if there's response to that.
Okay, I can just jump in. So I think there's more than one type of planning. There's the sit around room and where should we buy land or plan restorations. And I agree that can be tough to participate in. Plus it's like a weird gray area. Maybe we shouldn't be participating in something like that. But I presented on how we've been modeling restorations to inform like the design and how much effort's needed. And that, in my opinion, is publishable as case studies. Is it really high impact? Maybe not, but it is publishable as case studies. The question is, do people want to, publish those types of applied studies? I do, but it's not everybody's cup of tea. So I think it kind of depends. I hate those answers, right? But there's kind of difference between like, planning and design versus like, what would it take to implement it?
So we've got a lot of hands up. I'm thinking a couple of them are related to Greg's question. So how about Tanya shaking her head? So, and I do see 5 or 6 hands up, so we'll be careful of time, but go ahead, Tanya, and we'll step through all the hands. We'll get to you too, John and everybody else.
So it's been my experience, at least, both sitting and being reviewed, that the concept of a product, that if you can show that your research is going into a product, even when it's feeding something like restoration or decision making, that that type of impact is much more broadly received now. And that may be a relatively recent change that not everyone's seeing, and maybe isn't seen in all panels. It may depend on who's in your panel in terms of the RG question.
Excellent, thanks. Judy, I think your hand came up in response as well, did it?
Yes, it did. Yeah, I have this incredible opportunity to work with like at least 10 partners on the island of Molokai in Hawaii to do a wetland assessment for looking to see if we can restore wetlands for cultural uses and for endangered bird species, water birds. And so, what we're finding is just amazing impacts of land use changes. And we're seeing just, these incredible opportunities for restoration in a place where people didn't recognize this. So I think that, and I'm an RGE scientist, so I just think it's an amazing opportunity to work with local partners and national NGOs is what I'm doing, and to really kind of show people the science of what's available, like this is just an incredible opportunity and these are the reasons. And then our partners who are NGOs are already writing grants to start and initiate some of the restoration. So for me, I'm going to be writing on the groundwater, supported wetlands that have been massively changed due to some of the land use changes. And that's what I'm going to be writing about. But I also have these partners who are going to be looking into the whole process and that, the planning and whatnot. So I do think that there's tremendous opportunities, but maybe I'm just extremely fortunate because my partners are just amazing. Thanks.
Thanks, Judy. Mike, we'll just kind of work up the screen. Were you responding to Greg or separate topic? No? Sasha, were you responding to Greg or separate? Okay, so let's do Sasha and then we'll come around to you, Mike.
I was just going to say in the drylands, the restoration feasibility studies are a huge part of what we do, trying to understand feasibility of different approaches and successes and how to monitor and do that. I would say, at least for my part, I usually don't participate in much of the actual planning. We'll inform things and answer questions happily, but not doing the saying, you should do this or you should do that, because my interpretation, like Karen was saying, of us is not to say what to do. It's to provide information for others to understand what to do. We also really do try to facilitate things that help with planning, though, like prioritization. There was a NRPP project that John Bradford led on aridification, and one of the outcomes of that is that we helped the Park Service reach out to themselves to prioritize plant species and to help them think about cultural issues, environmental issues, and then what they would be the most nervous about in terms of climate change affecting plants. And that was really cool to see them, to help them take the lead on that and to have conversations amongst themselves. I think they got a lot of input and buy-in because they kind of led that. And then for the publication piece, I feel like, and I think this is what Karen said too, you can usually write a paper on whatever you do and that's a good thing, not only for RGE, but because at least for our public land managers, having something peer reviewed and published really helps support them say, this is how we're going to do it. And so if they were taken to court because someone didn't want them to do it that way, they would have a lot of solid ground to stand on. So we usually try to publish papers for those reasons too.
Excellent. Thanks, Sasha. Great feedback on that question, Greg. And there's even some other comments in the chat that expand further. But just keep moving. Mike, you've been waiting.
Yeah, I was just the question from Eric in the chat that was responded to is what kind of prompted my comment. And as a wildlife ecologist, it kind of made me think about sort of the workshop charge when we're talking about habitat. And the wildlife profession has gotten, for a long time, was really sloppy with the term habitat, and has really done a course correct where you have where we try to be a lot more careful when we use the term habitat, that it is tied to a species or a closely knit group of species, basically, that occupy the same area. And so the term habitat in the context of what we're talking about across all these different ecosystems where we don't have species defined necessarily, I think is maybe problematic a little bit. So I think just maybe just thinking about ecosystem health or something along those lines might be more useful. So
yeah, great thought, Mike. And maybe building on that point, I know Aaron Pierce has been has sort of brought that up to us as something we need to be really careful with if we ever decouple the species or collection of species that are relating to that habitat, because you're getting into a real squishy area. So makes sense. Sasha, it looked like you put your hand up in response to that.
Yeah, I love that point that I hadn't thought about before, Mike, because I use it on purpose to try to get people to care about other aspects of the ecosystem besides a single, like, oh, you care about this, but that relies on everything else. And so I think that's a good point, that it actually has a more specific definition. I'm trying to link it conceptually to something to get people to care about the everything else, but it isn't really what it is. So I appreciate that.
Well, thanks, everybody. It was a great couple discussion points on restoration processes. Let's go ahead and keep going so we can try to get this wrapped up by 2. So we obviously had a really large discussion around climate adaptation, sea level rise effects, land use change effects, and in a particular application to some of these coastal wetlands and other systems. So what we thought about was that, or what we distilled down to, was this idea of doing a better job describing the ecological societal impacts of climate-driven ecological transformations. So we talked about, applications of the RAD framework for where we resist or where we abandon an area, that kind of a thing. So that was clearly a theme. We looked at sea level rise effects of coastal ecosystems, there's an awful lot of work being done there in those coastal units. So the approaches, the tools, the models, the findings. Disentangling, I already mentioned this one, this idea of it's not just climate, it's usually climate and other drivers, the example being land development or land use change pressures with climate change. Role of extreme events was a big focus during a number of the presentations. So how do we keep a focus on that and how that's driving climate variability? And then there was the one suggestion about, do we have enough understanding about these coastal wetlands and their vulnerability that we could sort of pull together a lessons learned, national synthesis, current understanding. And we saw that still separate from the effects of sea level rise, because this was kind of more of a retrospective what we understand. So we saw it as a subset. So that's where we landed on climate adaptation and sea level, kind of a specific application. I'm looking at the chat real quick. Okay, and Kelly offered some RGE and Tanya agreed. Any concerns or heartburn over sort of those opportunities as we captured them here? I see folks are really populating timescales, very useful, very helpful. You can see how as we look at this, it'll help us realize that extreme events, sea level rise, effects on coastal ecosystems, and others.
Yeah.
There's some intermediate. Yes.
Just one thing, when we were talking about this morning, there was quite a few stickies related to climate futures, the terminology climate futures. So for those who are putting stickies about climate futures, look at the lists that we have and think if there's anything missing that we might add another element to this.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Thank you, Greg. I'll wait just a minute to let people think about that. Most seem like they've kind of updated timescale pieces. I don't see any hands up, and I don't see any new chat. So we're probably right on schedule. We've got one more minute, and then we'll move into monitoring-based approaches. Kelly Maloney, I see your hand.
Yeah, just on 48, we focus on one habitat type, coastal wetlands. Should it be more general? I mean, is there a need for inlands as well?
It's a great question, and we talked about that. I would love to get feedback from other folks if we're, I mean, I was surprised. One of the things I learned out of this was how much wetland work, whether it's the prairie potholes, whether it's Great Lakes, how much is ongoing. So scoping that, I'd be interested in feedback. So I guess, Mike, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say definitely there's a need for scoping beyond coastal. We do a lot of freshwater lakes and rivers work, so I can't imagine being that restricted.
Okay. All right, thanks. Mike Anto, appreciating. Are we now up to 5 mics on the call? Wow.
There's always a lot of mics.
All right, go ahead, Mike Anto.
Yeah, yeah, we're definitely in the trenches on this one in the prairies, for sure.
All right, so I'm going to apply an edit here. I'll capture it as that coastal and inland wetlands. Hopefully that captures it. And we talked before, and by the way, y'all have been phenomenal about avoiding the wordsmithing rabbit hole. So I appreciate that. Karen, I see your hand.
I think it was mostly, I think it's mostly been addressed. Obviously, we've been biased to wetlands here, but there's a lot of other coastal ecosystems that are threatened and of management importance. So, I mean, a couple people mentioned beach nourishment projects and eelgrass, and maybe that's okay if it's not explicit on here. And I absolutely agree, non-tidal wetlands should be included. They're really important and fairly rare these days.
So Karen, hopefully you can see the edit I'm making. So if I go into row 45 and sort of begin to build out or incorporate those other ecosystems so that, we're talking about SAV.
I mean, I work on wetlands, but there's a lot of other things out there. So
for sure.
And we definitely have a wetland group here.
Mike Oslin had a suggestion to add another row, how to facilitate adaptation to climate change and compare across large landscapes.
Yeah, since I still have the mic, I will completely agree with that. That's in my PES. That is definitely where people are at, is what, okay, we know it's vulnerable. What do we do? So, you know.
Okay. I will gladly insert. We can add more detail if we need. So when I think about that, it would sort of be existing tools. Would it be looking at the tools we're currently using across different landscapes, kind of a thing?
Yeah, that's what I was envisioning. That I think it'd be really interesting to compare the tools and approaches and mechanisms that are being targeted in different PESs. I think it'd be valuable and pretty easy to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
Hey, and Ken, I'll just chime in here just to remind folks, you know, we have a whole group of climate adaptation science centers out there that this fits right in their wheelhouse.
Yep, agreed. Okay, so I don't see any other hands up. Let's go ahead and move into monitoring. And so I want to introduce the monitoring topic a little bit. It is not our intent to lose the fact that everybody, all our subject matter experts, we're doing phenomenal monitoring, data collection, process level work in order to characterize not just vulnerability, but how these systems are changing and the timescales and confounding factors and drivers and stressors. But what we didn't want to do was have just a laundry list of monitor water birds, monitor sediment, develop water budgets. So we tried to tighten this up. And so we had, we talked at length about using long-term data sets to do status and trends type work. And so we sort of said, well, can we look at the tools and leverage opportunities to exchange tools and learn from what each of us are doing across different landscapes? That was kind of the first idea of analyzing these long-term data sets. Is there a better way to coordinate regional monitoring networks? And I think I can nuance this. This is within a region. Mike Chakowski made a great statement of, I don't know that Chesapeake monitoring is going to influence San Francisco Bay. So this isn't like between regions. This is within our region. Can we learn from what other landscape efforts are doing to kind of enhance our own region, like RestoreNet or something? And then lastly, how do we develop these integrated monitoring networks? So rather than just a water quality network, do we have water quality plus biology plus habitat all at the same time? And so this is where we kind of have folded in or captured a lot of the monitoring networks we heard about. And so that's kind of reflected there. So that took a tremendous amount of monitoring work and sort of collapsed it down a good bit. Give everybody just a minute. I'm looking to see if hands pop up. Hopefully folks feel like that was a reasonable approach. Tanya.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by the last one though. I mean,
well, I'll give you the Chesapeake example.
Okay.
We've got probably 20 to 30 monitoring networks within Chesapeake that are not well coordinated. They're not spatially, they don't overlap. So we're monitoring benthics at a different place from where we're monitoring water quality, at a different place from where we're monitoring toxic contaminants.
Right.
And so spatial extent, temporal extent do not overlap. And I think what we highlighted today or this week, the extent to which those monitoring networks need to be integrated so that we can pull from physical, biological, chemical, hydrologic data as our only way of then incorporating all those data sets into a modeling framework or a modeling approach. So it's sort of learning from what each other are doing. I know it's a gap in Chesapeake because we haven't been able to align those networks. Maybe some other units have done a better job of saying, well, of course we measure fish health and habitat at the same place we do water quality. We don't. It's just based on the heritage of our effort.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, last category. You folks have been phenomenal. This has been great. And I think the vision for this third session is going to work out. So I'm looking forward to that. So we created an other approaches, methods, opportunities bin. And that's just to say they didn't have full categories. So development of data standards so that we can share data more effectively. We can use them in other models. We can transfer them across landscapes. So we have consistency among time steps, file formats, units. That really resonated with everybody. And we had an example or two of how that could be done. So we wanted to capture that. You could argue it fits in the modeling, I know. But it was sort of that coming up with common frameworks so that we share information, which seemed like a high priority. And then I'll introduce the next two and then take a break or pause. And then how do we think about connectivity of habitats, landscapes, ecosystems, both in a spatial and temporal framework, all within this changing climate envelope. We talked a lot about connectivity. It just wasn't well represented above in any of those topics. So we wanted to capture it. And then we also talked a lot about trajectories and saying, well, maybe we don't need, there are times where if we could just characterize the trajectory across an ecosystem of how it's changing, that's enough to inform management decisions. And so we haven't, for example, done a lot with trajectories maybe in Chesapeake, or at least I'm not thinking about it that way. So can we look at what others are doing across these different landscapes and take some of that information back to Chesapeake or back to our respective landscapes? And then someone brought up, are there common opportunities for using citizen science better? I know that's a growing interest. And then lastly, where we have these mass mortality events, are there tools others are using for kind of describing or quantifying those events? Tanya, I see your hand up. Is that from a new comment?
Yeah, I'm just curious. So there seemed to be a lot of data that we talked about or that I saw go by in the slides that were site specific, you know, like the microclimate data and things like that. And by the time they get published, because of the way we go through them, you know, they get published in discrete time increments, and maybe after, you know, when it's difficult to incorporate them in terms of what's going on. And so I'm not suggesting we skip, you know, the fundamental science practices or anything, but I heard someone say something earlier about maybe disclaimers or something like that. And I just think that that's another conversation where some type of disclaimer is appropriate so that we can keep all of those data together with our sites as we assess them. And
so again,
make it easier to use them.
That folds into sort of this row 53 where we're improving the data sharing and using data standards, or do you see it as a separate item?
I don't know. I would definitely need somebody else's input on that, but it was good to see other people kind of dealing with that same question because to cross boundaries.
Yeah. Okay. See if others want to speak to that. And in the chat, I see Judy's comment about mass mortality events, and Mike responded plants too. I'm thinking about some of those desert Southwest mortality events, some of those I guess I was going to say shrubbery, but that might not be the right term. So, all right. So what I'd say, Tanya, if you want to just make sure that's captured, your last comment sort of to the right here as we're adding comments, that would be fantastic. That would help out tremendously. So, anyone else? This is great how you all have populated this. It really, really helps me to think about, you know, when I look at an integrated monitoring approach, people are going, yeah, that's great, aspirational pie in the sky long-term goal. It's not something that's going to be easy to do short-term. Okay, that makes sense. But then there's other things that we look at, you know, like a national synthesis for some of our wetland vulnerability, where you go, wow, we could make a lot of progress short-term. So that's where I know this is all kind of uncertain, and you go, well, I could frame it this way or that way. That's fun. What we're going to do next, and no one fill out additional information yet, but what I think I'll do is I'll introduce it now, what we're going to do next. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do it. And I will reintroduce it as we come back from break. But what I want you guys to think about during your break, let's see if I'll look, I can on HUD columns. Okay, what we're going to talk about now is just with regard to these intermediate goals. And again, we are not setting the ship on a trajectory or a course that we cannot change. This is guidance, this is information you're giving us. With regard to these intermediates, we're going to ask you about how impactful it is to the stakeholders if we advance it. If we really take the next big step with regard to this topic or this opportunity, how impactful is it to the stakeholders? We're keeping them first and foremost. And how much money and effort is it going to take? We're going to try to use that to get a better understanding of, you could call it a return on investment type of analysis. It's a prioritization approach. Breck and I are going to set that up via Menti. So that's why we're saying don't fill it out here. It's going to be a Menti effort where we're going to go through and you're going to get to rank some of these things. So what I'm going to propose, Nick, is how about we take a break until 2:30? Breck and I will probably jump off of Teams to get this set up. We'll come back at 2:30. We'll do the Menti exercise, review it, and we'll be done by 3:15 is my guess.
Sounds good to me, but we're coming back to Zoom, not Teams.
We're coming back to Zoom. Yes, thank you. I'm just saying, I wanted you to be aware that I will likely be jumping off during the break because I need to get that set up.
Got it.
Okay, so real quick before we leave, I see a comment from Claudia, better defining stakeholders. I will give my answer and then invite others to qualify. We tend to think of our stakeholders as decision makers with the ability to make different decisions about restoration and conservation and investment of dollars. Not as much the general public, only because we're sort of informing these folks that are restoring the system. So when I say stakeholders, that's who I'm referring to, is the ultimate decision makers who are investing their dollars and want to see a return on that investment, want to see the system improve. So I see Stephanie has her hand up. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, I have a question, but since we're on the topic of defining, I'll give my definition of stakeholders, which you're welcome to reject, which is the people who can influence a decision and those that are influenced by the decision. That's the definition that I always use to define who my stakeholders are. So I'll just throw that out there. But Neil's comment his comment in the chat, local stakeholders won't really care about a national synthesis. Yeah, probably not. And so that leads to where I was thinking, I'm assuming that what you want us to do is think about our stakeholders. So do my stakeholders in the Everglades care about the national synthesis? And when we fill out the Menti, then we're kind of averaging our votes. So maybe my stakeholders don't, but other stakeholders do. And then we end up with a 7 or something. Is that kind of what we're doing?
I'm going to say yes. I mean, you raise a good point, Neil, as well. This idea of national stakeholders versus my stakeholders. And then Nick throws in Congress might care. And one other objective within our list of 7 objectives was actually trying to extrapolate to unmonitored places. So at some point, while we all do care about our respective landscapes, at some point Congress might say, well, what can you tell us about South Carolina? I mean, it's not Chesapeake, it's not Gulf of Mexico, but you guys have some science that could really inform that. So
agreed. I just go back to then what's the definition of a stakeholder? And so, for a decision that I'm trying to help inform with my science, it's not Congress. I'm not saying Congress is not a valid stakeholder in other contexts or to us as government employees. So maybe
why don't what if we keep the focus on our own stakeholders in our respective landscapes?
Probably easier to think about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
Thanks for entertaining that.
Well, and we got a lot of comments there, so I'm trying to make sure I'm not, a bunch of them flew by. So we got Nick and we got Mike, local and the national context, results fit together. Okay, so let's go ahead, Claudia, that's funny. Let's go ahead, we're gonna take a break. We'll come back on at 2:30 and we will go through a prioritization activity, which will give us some phenomenal feedback.
Is 20 minutes enough for you guys to get prepared?
I believe so. If not, I'm going to ask Greg to do some shadow puppets and early discussion session 4 information.
Got it.
That'll work.
Right. Hey, Breck, I'm just going to give you a call on Teams if that's okay.
Sounds great.
Thank you. Talk to y'all in a few minutes. 2:30. Hey, Nick, I'm back on now.
All right.
Because I have,
Good job. You're
I
doing
have
great.
Thank you. You're very kind. I have the easy job. Breck is now trying to actually implement the vision. So
All right.
I'm back. She'll be here. She's back on as well. Does that mean you're still working, Breck, to put the Menti together, or no?
Yes, I just stayed on.
Excellent. So I could have stayed on the Zoom call?
Yeah.
Well, that would have just made my head explode. All right. So, Breck, just give me a little bit of a check. I do not want to rush you. I know you're taking a ton of information there. How long do you need?
Maybe like 3 more minutes.
Perfect. All right. So, folks, we'll restart here in about a minute. And my introduction will probably cover 2 or 3 minutes. And then Breck will be ready. So we got a plan.
And Breck, if you're not, we can wait another 5 minutes. Just don't kill yourself.
In fact, I'll be right back. We'll start in a minute. Just opening a file. I'm going to start sharing with you all in just a minute, and we'll get started. Okay. It is 2:30. Hopefully folks are returning from break. In fact, it's 2:31. So we'll give everyone just about 30 more seconds to jump back in. Because what I don't want folks to do is miss the introduction and then say, I don't know what I'm doing. So this will work. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Welcome to our last hour or 2.5 hours, less than 2.5, I promise. Your feedback's been fantastic so far. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay. So this is not the Teams version of the spreadsheet. I've actually jumped out of that. Breck and I exported it, and we're working with it separately. Thank you so much for your feedback on the opportunities that we kept. Thank you so much for your feedback on timescales during our post-mortem. I'm sure we're going to dig into this and think heavily about that. That's great. This is our last step of getting your feedback and your guidance to us to begin to think about. What we said was we really want to be able to do an analysis, and you've all seen this, a simple, if you had 8 options and you said, well, which options am I most interested in? What we wanted to do was kind of rank things. And I've said it before, most of us have said it on this call, we are not going to lock you into anything. This is simply feedback for us to then share with other scientists, other subject matter experts, to think about our relative programs or our relative landscapes. It's just feedback. That's what it is. So don't fret if a topic that you thought was a high priority is not. It's okay. So let me define terms. So impact for stakeholders. We had a great exchange about who's a stakeholder, and I think what we've landed on is the resource managers in your landscape. So that makes it easy. Don't worry about Congress at this point. We know there are other stakeholders, and we also know that the people affected by the decision can be considered a stakeholder. We're trying to avoid having, my grandmother be a stakeholder maybe, but the resource managers in your respective landscape are your stakeholders. let's define impact. To me, a 1 is there's no impact. They don't care. So you did it. They're not affected by it. They don't care. 10, I'm going to use the ecosystems mission area buzz phrase of transformational. It changes the way we do restoration or conservation, or it puts us on a whole new plane of how we're doing integrated science to inform decision making. So that's the idea. High, I'm setting a high bar, transformational impact to stakeholders. Relative effort. Well, a 1 would be something that doesn't take any, so relative effort, time is money. So staff time or getting your science teams to work on something. So this really, you could say, is money. You could think about it as low effort takes no dollars, falls into the Nick Allman, execute it right now kind of thing, self-execution. High would be, I don't know, maybe $1 million or more dollars. So if you say, okay, we want to advance this opportunity, but it's going to take $1 million to advance it in a meaningful way, that's a 10 to me. And if you say, okay, we can do it for 300,000, that's a 3, maybe 400,000, a 4. I'm just trying to help everybody set their calibrate their scales, if you will. So all we're going to do is ask you to rank each of these objectives or each of these opportunities for just these 2 variables. And what we're going to end up with is a 2x2 plot to look at level of effort, level of impact. Gives us something to think about. We are not going to do it by 40 of these in a row. We're going to do it for each category. So that's the direction we're heading with Menti. But I see hands up. So let's talk. Karen, go ahead.
Hi. Of course, I have a question. Sure. So impact to stakeholders. What about impact to USGS? Because some of this stuff is collaborating with each other to figure out if we're doing things, right or better or.
I would love to think there should be a correlation between impact to our stakeholders and impact to USGS. It'd be tough to think of something that impacts USGS without having a big impact. I know there's some developmental methods and stuff. I think you could factor some of that in. What I don't want to get into is publication impact. People saying, the citations are huge, so it's very impactful. I wanted to keep the emphasis on stakeholders.
Okay. Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking about productivity or anything, but sort of like if we learn and I can use something Eric's doing down here to help stakeholders. So I guess that's an impact to stakeholder thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And I understand I'm taking us to a very squishy place. And I understand that. Mike Osland.
I think my question is kind of similar to Karen's, and I was wondering whether we could have 2 different kinds of stakeholders. Because I think if we think about our local stakeholders, a lot of this isn't going to be relevant. It's this cross-system synthesis. So that's why I'm suggesting that I like Neil's comment about a broader umbrella stakeholder. Maybe it's worth having 2 columns. One is a local stakeholder, and then the other column is some type of national stakeholder. Nick mentioned Congress. Neil mentioned the Global Change Research Program. I think there are larger stakeholders beyond the local stakeholders.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree. Before I get to you, Nick, let me just ask real quick. Breck, there's not a 3-way ranking we could implement. Is that true?
No, I can duplicate the questions though, so we can answer it based on a local scale and answer it based on a national scale.
Okay, so it is possible.
2 different slides.
Understood. Nick, go ahead. We'll get back to whether we want to do that or not. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I'd argue a little against it. I just want to keep this as simple as we can. It's hard enough as it is and complex as it is. And I know we're missing a lot of other things too. And so maybe if everybody could just try to think of the value of keeping it simple, and that doesn't mean we can't use that as a criterion later on. So just to get us through this exercise, which we're trying to do virtually, which is hard enough as it is. That's all. Just a process thing.
Thanks, Nick. I think that's a good way to approach it. Let's get Sasha's thoughts and then see if others have heartburn with that solution.
I think with some national efforts and meta-analyses we do and stuff, our local stakeholders are really interested in them if it improves our larger understanding and our ability to scale both within the local region and across regions. I think there's, in my experience at least, it's not inherently uninteresting to local stakeholders to put larger data sets together from across wide areas if it means we learn more and can bring that bigger understanding back to the problems at home. So just something that I was thinking about. We for our network science, for example, the stakeholders and the managers we work with, they're so pumped to be part of something larger because they believe that it will build a type of understanding that will be more useful. We can't do studies on every square inch of Earth, and these kinds of larger comparisons allow us to build a type of scalable and predictive understanding that we can't do from just single place studies. So just thinking about that while we're talking.
Absolutely agree. Nick, is that a new hand or an old hand?
Yeah, just a quick one is, I've been thinking about this comment about if we think about national syntheses, local stakeholders won't care, but they might. If I do something in the Everglades that I can do less expensive, more effectively with better science, because I learned something at a national level, it may not be immediately obvious to them, but I think they could benefit, just as a hypothetical.
Well, I'll build off that. Some of you don't know, if I had a soapbox, I'd get on it right now, because one of the things that I think's most important long-term is that we need to be sharing with stakeholders how working across these landscapes benefit us. Very often we focus just on the stakeholders and even the funding agencies that support our landscape. If we continue to grow these collaborations and these pilot efforts, I would love my Chesapeake stakeholders to understand what's being done in the Great Lakes really does matter, because that science is being exported, it's being transferred. They're better off for it. So I see this as a long-term goal to better connect across scales of stakeholders so that they all end up saying, you know, I want a rising tide to lift all ships, basically. And I'll leave it at that, particularly with regard to funding. And I think the more people understand that we are connecting, the better. So with that, I'm going to propose we follow Nick's solution. Let's do this exercise one time. And all of this information we're going to capture. And the beauty of Menti is it's exported as an Excel sheet. So the way Breck set this up, each question is going to be one of those categories of stakeholder engagement or restoration. So we're not going to try to rank all 40 at once. It's going to be a slide that has the category, and then it's got the 3 opportunities. You'll have a little slider. Actually, Breck, this is probably where I should just turn it over to you to talk us through it. And why don't we kick it off? Because it is, are we there?
Yes, we are. I will start
Awesome.
sharing my screen. Okay, so just as yesterday, you'd like to go to www.menti.com. I will put that in the chat. And you will want to put in the code 92326524. And as Ken mentioned, we broke this up into each of the different overall themes or categories so that we can rank them within the category. But since the scales are the same, we'll be able to compare afterwards once we have all the results. For the items that you will be providing us guidance for, they are the items taken directly from the Excel spreadsheet. And we took only the ones that had any X in the intermediate timeline. So really that included all of them except for one when it came to monitoring. Just to make things easier, we copy and pasted the language exactly for each item. So some of it's a little cut off, but this is a way for you to see the Menti and then also have the spreadsheet up on your own screen to really understand what the item is specifying. Once I open this, you can go and you can start ranking it. You can rank it from 1 to 10 for each impact and effort for each of the items. And once we get there, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
And then Ken, we're asking the organizers not to do this. This is just for the participants, correct?
Correct. Organizers do not. And actually, I'm going to propose that we're probably not going to have a ton of discussion over each of these just because for time. But yeah, that's it, Nick. Organizers stay out.
A quick question, if people can hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
We're supposed to put this in perspective, what our stakeholders like to see for the first question.
Correct.
Large landscapes means multiple, so like Chesapeake Bay stuff being implemented in San Francisco Bay. Crosswalk across that.
Yeah, and I would think about it both directions. For your stakeholders, it's implementing something that's, you know, really being done that's really cool elsewhere that we implement in Chesapeake. Would it help our stakeholders?
Okay, thanks.
And to help people understand the results that we're seeing, so we will only see an item 1 and item 2 once. Their mentee is averaging the results that each participant provides. But then when I hover over the number 2, you can see how 4 participants have provided an answer, and some of them are slightly different than the others.
And we'll be able to capture all of that when we download it.
Correct.
Yeah. We can find the curve records. And so let's see, there should be 15 or 16 subject matter experts. So we'll give it a minute or two.
Hey, Ken?
Yeah.
Do you want it to actually show the results as they're being entered, or do you think that might influence?
I think you're right, Greg. Breck, is it possible to not show it in real time?
Yes, I believe I should have that set up for the other ones.
Okay.
I just showed the first one so people.
This is a good demo then, exactly. I agree with you, Greg. Just we try to keep it independent.
So, although I don't see this crowd necessarily being the kind that travels in a herd.
I agree.
So,
that's a fair assessment.
I have a question to make sure I'm in the right spot. What I see in Minty looks, I just have sliders and it says items, but it doesn't actually have what the item is. Is that correct?
Doesn't have the title then of that slide?
No.
Are the colors coordinated at least? Like, do you have a blue slider and a pink slider?
I do, yes.
Okay. So yes, you'll just want to then use the slider for the blue for this enhancing coordinating approaches.
So Breck, you're right. It's very good. We broke it off because of, it's good we organized it by category rather than all of them at once.
One other thing, this is odd because I see item 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then a submit button at the bottom. So I've moved my slider for 1 and 2.
Should Mike jump out of it and come back in, Breck, or
maybe I need to?
Yeah, I'm curious. Is anybody else seeing that? I can try it out myself on my phone to make sure.
I submitted 1 and 2, and now it's just sitting there saying it's waiting for the next slide. Should we see the next slide? Or does that mean?
You should not see the next slide is my sense.
Correct.
I don't know. This is what was already on when I was logged, or I guess I was logged in before from.
Oh, if you were still logged in, maybe that makes sense that by jumping out and coming back in, it'll refresh.
What was the login code again?
9232-6524.
Okay, can you put the login in the chat? I missed the last few digits.
Yes, I can get it.
So
That looked more like what I was expecting.
there we go.
I
Great.
must have had an old version.
Yeah, Breck, if you hover over those, are we close to 14, 15? I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, so if you look down here at the bottom.
Oh, I had this part of my display covering it. Okay. Well, let's just do one more minute and we'll wrap it up. So I agree with Neil's comment. When you hover over that and see the actual data distribution, it's just real helpful. So, I mean, you can certainly see most people value the impact of that. A few people look at it and go, it's low effort. If you were going to look at it, say high effort. So not shocked, the distribution. Hopefully you can see right away how this helps us think about putting together, say, another workshop or advancing one of these opportunities like that. So we're at 13, Breck. Why don't we consider that good? Because folks have had plenty of time. So I think for time, and Greg, you can give me your thoughts. I don't think we want to dissect each of these because we're going to have 12 slides essentially. So why don't we keep going and we'll just capture this feedback for later, okay? All right, so we're just going to step through now. Decision support tools is a category, and everyone can rock and roll on that. I see we've got 8 folks, 9 folks, or this is great. So looks like high impact, not a lot of separation for the actual effort there. You know, and ideally we'd end up in, so let's see, we'd end up in the upper left quadrant. And so a couple of these things end up there because that'd be the high impact, low effort, sharing approaches and exploring how we can transfer decision support tools to other landscapes. So I mean, this is going to give us a lot to chew on and think about and follow up. I'm appreciative. It's good to see it's impactful. Anything else that, no, why don't we just keep rolling because it's 2:50. All right, go ahead, Breck. Okay, so clearly a low effort, moderate impact there if we try to identify some of the barriers to more open source data visualization tools, and high impact to advancing our innovative data visualization, but it's going to take some resources, not a shock. Let's do about, our 13th is in, so that means we're complete. And go ahead, Breck. So Breck, while we wait for kind of the last three to be completed, and I'm sure those folks are focused and working, so it won't influence them, could you just kind of hover over each of the kind of summaries just to, wow. So like, I look at that and just the distribution of it is tremendous. So it makes me think, we'll have to think about that, but it just indicates there's a real range. How about some of the others?
So quick question on that.
Sure.
So some of these are written as if we're going to figure out what needs to be done, and some of them are written as if we're going to do it. So that's intentional.
Good point.
Like identifying, expand, explore, and identify. Like expand to me sounds like a commitment.
Yeah,
the
well,
others
it would
seem like a discussion.
Okay, that's fair. Certainly some of them are very different based on the way we wrote them up intentionally, and some, the wording is clearly important. I see Mike Anto has his hand up.
Oh, you just touched on the exact thing I was going to say. Is I think that it gets back to the comment I made earlier about what does this mean to each of us?
Yep.
And so, like, you know, it's really tough to try to characterize complex concepts into, you know, a little catchphrase.
Correct.
And when I read a catchphrase, I could come away from that with something different that's colored by my own experiences of what I've done and such, than any other person might, you know. And so,
yeah, no, I think those are all good points that were just raised. And we struggled with that this morning because we sort of said, you know, you could write a one-page, briefing sheet for each of these opportunities to really define how deep are we going to go? Is it Are we taking actions, or are we sort of identifying the gaps? And for this level of just for the ranking we wanted to do today and the time we had to do today, of course, we couldn't spend more time scoping it, but I think it's definitely being reflected here.
Well, it's information nonetheless. I mean,
absolutely.
You're kind of going into this as this is a first workshop, so it's kind of maybe telling, and maybe we'll get some that where we do kind of agree too. So.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, that's why we're kind of ending up. Okay, thanks, Breck, for paying attention to that and advancing us. And quick question, Breck, these end up all being anonymous, right? So while we will have responses, we will not have connections of who responded this way.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. The high level of impact for both of these threshold efforts is, I think that's really telling. I think you can argue folks are envisioning different levels of effort, of how much time, effort, money something would take, but almost undeniable that folks are seeing that as and we already knew based on our discussions last night, this morning, that thresholds were going to be a big take home and a big message we can leave this workshop with. So there's one where we have more consistency and we didn't fall right into the middle. We can give it one more minute, Breck, till we get everybody in. So thresholds are the fourth topic. Right, Breck, or is that fifth? Oh, we removed 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Yeah, so just to give everybody a heads up, we're on number 6 out of 12.
Yep. So we're halfway. So Greg, I think by about 3:20, we'll probably be in a fairly good spot based on our pace.
Sounds good.
Okay, that's kind of particularly interesting. I really thought with some of these modeling pieces they'd represent more substantial lifts. But yeah, still great. Wow, look at the impact, the range of impact. And uncertainty, same idea, just a huge range there. But most of them in the upper left-hand quadrant, which is compelling too.
Hey, Ken, just a comment on that. Most of them said consider or
Oh,
document,
that's fair.
not do studies on. So that's how I interpreted it.
Gotcha. You know, this is where, as we think about following up, not just with you as our subject matter experts, but rather with the broader group of scientists working in this community, we'll have to think about whether we rerun something like this with a more wordsmithed set of text, because we understood that we could have wordsmithed this or come up with one paragraph descriptions for each of these, and we sort of said it's just beyond scope of what we can do today. But that's certainly maybe a lesson learned out of this, is that, again, those words are extremely important.
You know, if we had a whole bunch of extra time, it would be fun to talk to the people that are the outliers and hear from them.
Yeah.
I'm not proposing that we do that, but that would be really interesting.
I agree with you. Yeah, this is just good thoughts there. I'm sort of surprised where that first question of exploring opportunities landed, but it is fair to say if we're exploring the opportunities, doesn't mean we're actually doing it and advancing it. And that, I'm sure, being explicit with our wording would maybe move some of this, but that's why we call it guidance. It's your feedback to us, and I'm okay with that. So here's a question, Breck, as we wait to get to 13. While we won't have, well, it's anonymous, will it be consistent, as in, will we be able to see, I'll use say we have someone who's over exuberant and they say everything's going to have a huge impact and take no effort. Will we be able to see their response throughout all kind of 40 of these opportunities, or will they be different from question to question?
I believe it will be different question to question. It just depends on who submitted it first.
Yeah, we can't say, wow, respondent 8 is an assassin or anything.
No.
All right, so I think we're good there. We can keep going. And this will take a minute, I'm sure, to get through these 6.
The first question had an option to skip. That doesn't seem to be an option in these later ones. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You know, we had a discussion this morning about the level of effort that goes into these, even if they're individual species. These approaches can just take a lot of resources and a lot of time, so that makes sense. Interesting to see the relative impact of some of the invasive species work there. Number 6 is actually really high. Effort's not trivial, but you know, there's actually less spread around that result than many that we've seen. So I guess I'm not surprised by that either. All right, Breck, there you go. I think you got 3 left, gang, so everyone's doing fantastic. Thank you. Oh, 4, I lied. 4 left. Yeah, so not surprisingly, restoration is at the heart of what we do. We see it as very impactful. I'm surprised it wasn't more in the higher level of effort category, but that's not a surprise. All right, Breck.
I apologize for the F at the end of sea level rise. That is what it's supposed to stand for.
No worries, Breck.
If that's the only mistake you made in 10 minutes of doing this, that's amazing.
I was going to say, after she and I talked, she had maybe 10 minutes to put it together. Yeah, had you turned this, Breck, over to Nick and I, you really would have seen a circus.
Maybe next time.
There you go. There you go. Interesting. Yeah, really high impact for disentanglement, sea level rise, land use. Okay, pretty tight range there. Okay, and applications of a risk framework. Cool. So, hey, Breck, this is not a big deal, but well, oh, I see why. I'm just going to keep my comment to myself. Yeah, just a lot of spread there. I suspect that's, again, related to how we worded the question. If it's exploring opportunities, that's vague enough that I'm sure it made it more difficult for folks to rank. So, okay. So, last one. Okay, I think we're there then, Breck, right? So, folks, I know it would have been really fascinating to dig into the summary kind of rankings for each of these. And I apologize, we don't have time, but given where we are, I think, this is the right, we're getting information from you, we'll dig into it and sort of explore it. So a couple quick points, and you can stop sharing there, Breck, if you don't mind. So, when I look back at where we were at noon today, we had 2 days of your feedback from presentations and Jamboard Menti exercises. We basically aggregated that to about 40 opportunities. You gave us fantastic information on timescales, and then we organized it even further to talk about maybe levels of impact and effort. Not lost on us, the wording of that is phenomenally important, and how you ask those questions can certainly drive output. So we'll be sensitive to that, pay attention to that as we go forward. But as I said, it's not setting trajectory, it's just guidance for us, so we'll use it as such. And then last thought, we had a little back channel discussion that was, we knew, and Greg will get into this, I won't preempt him, we wanted some follow-up with you all, but there's probably a really good opportunity to follow up with the other scientists in our landscape communities, with either a Google form or something else to get information from them as well. Not maybe this exact list of opportunities, but to get feedback from a larger group. So we're going to be exploring that as well. So hats off to you all for some fantastic feedback, for sticking with it, for asking critical questions and making sure we don't extrapolate outside of our framework, if you will. So with that, we're going to wrap up the third session. Greg, I'm going to toss it over to you for session 4 to take us home.
Sounds great. And wow, just that last session in and of itself, how to synthesize so much information that has been generated over the last few days was just amazing. Now we're at the point where we kind of want to have just some conversation here at the end, touching on some of the key points and observations that we had. But also maybe think a little bit about what a next workshop or our next engagement allowing us to follow up on some of these activities might look like. So I just have a few slides more for us to talk from, but if Breck, if you could bring up the PowerPoint. One of the first things I wanted to do is just revisit the workshop goals that we've done pretty much with each of our sessions. When we set up our both our agenda and our charge, it was really, to zoom in on thinking about habitat vulnerabilities across our multiple landscapes. And we had just considerable discussion, lots of information. It's going to really, we hit that out of the park. We're going to have a lot of work as coordinators to try to synthesize and post-process that information. Second, each of you contributed in ways that, again, I believe exceeded our expectations. We had tremendous amount of discussion and dialogue, and we were able to really look at and compare of how each of us in our landscapes are thinking about vulnerabilities, thinking about the tools we've developed, thinking about applications such as the restoration and management. And once again, we really have a robust data set from which to work from. The third one, looking for opportunities to apply lessons learned in one landscape to another, is really that exercise that we went through. It really will give us an opportunity to think about those things that are either easy wins or really high return for low effort in some of the intermediate related activities, as well as to think about those things that might take a longer time period. So once again, we really knocked it out of the park, and really appreciate all the feedback that we had. The fourth one is going to be a part of this session. The aim to advance communication and coordination of landscape science across these regional boundaries and to inform national programs and priorities. This one is I wanted to use some observations to think about how the different tools and approaches that we use throughout the workshop are actually feeding in and align with some of those activities. And though not identified as part of our workshop goals, really I think the biggest goal is just the ability for all of us to expand our collaboration and professional networks through our engagement in these few days. Hopefully there are scientists that have become much more aware of the work that's being done in other areas, learning more about folks that you may have seen names in the literature but haven't engaged with in the past, and hopefully the informal networking beyond this workshop will continue on, and I believe that will. So if we can go to the next slide, Breck, I want just an observation, and this is related to how the coordinators tried to be actually strategic in the approaches that we put together for this workshop. So the way that I was thinking about it is we hoped that there would be an opportunity to aggregate across themes that would then organize our science questions and our tools and our approaches and applications based on those experiences that you have all had within the large landscape. So last night, and I'm not part of ecosystem mission area, but last night I was thinking about the landscape science strategy and ecosystems, and just wanted to share an observation. So if you could go sort of to the next slide. Within that strategy, and I know it's very wordy, but I just wanted to put the 4 landscape strategy goals that were identified within that strategy document, and just look at the words that that they use. Support partner decision making, emphasizing synthesizing data and forecasting, embracing human dimensions of landscape management and working more directly with our partners, and providing science collaboration among our scientific disciplines. You know, the intent was not to use this strategy to frame this workshop, but if you go to the next slide and you think about how our themes played out, our themes actually, as well as the tools, approaches, and applications that we identified through our Menti and Jamboard exercises, align really well with the strategy. And some may say that this might actually provide an implementation framework for addressing those particular activities and goals that were identified in that landscape strategy. So again, just the observation that the things that y'all do on the landscape and how you do it with your partners is essentially the landscape science strategy that's been defined. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So our session is really about thinking a bit more from the outcomes that we just had in session 3. And again, that doesn't mean that we're going to go into the outputs that were just shown by Ken and Breck, but it is to take the effort that we had right before that when we were thinking about easy wins, intermediate and long-term relative to our opportunities that we listed. And I think it was Mike Goslin earlier that was saying, well, how might we act on those particular easy wins? So the conversations that I want to have during this session are actually going to start with some of those easy wins that were identified in the early part of session 3. And what I did is take those opportunities that had a high number of that had a high number of our participants identify as an easy win, that also didn't have any long-term no one said that it would be a long-term. And then also they had just a few numbers, either 1, 2, or 3 that identified them as intermediate. So just as a list for us to think about relative to easy wins. And I'd like to start with that and then work our way into some discussions related to intermediate and long-term. So if you could go to the next slide for a second, Breck, and this is just this is that list of 8 easy wins that were kind of the highest number of identified participants. And what I wanted to do is again explore this idea of easy wins and think about maybe have our participants think about which ones they might be willing to lead, or which ones might be that we might choose to as interest from a participation standpoint. And so this is based on, again, the opportunities, but you may have also identified other opportunities or easy win opportunities that weren't necessarily listed in the list of opportunities this morning that you might want to offer up also as something that could move us forward relative to further engagement as a group. And so I wanted to have for 15 minutes or so, just kind of an open discussion of looking at the list of easy wins or thinking about other opportunities, and just see if anything resonates with the participants, or again, if there's some interest in maybe offering up leading a particular activity. Nick?
Yeah, so thanks. This is really interesting, and I'm going to throw Stephanie Romaniak under the bus here. She doesn't know it yet. But we had a discussion after one of our sessions about her presentation the other day on the Everglades vulnerability analysis, and that they put together as an effort based on some requests from some of our partners. And it's based on, and I'm not a modeler, I'm probably going to butcher this description, and she can do a much better job than I am, but it's based on Bayesian belief networks and a Bayesian modeling. And so I said, why can't we just offer, are you willing to offer that in a sort of a workshop, short workshop, a tutorial on that, and then share the actual package with anybody that might be interested in looking at it and maybe adopting it in their present location. And the nice thing about it, from what I understand, is, we're using it in the Everglades with Everglades data. Obviously, you might want to put your own data and parameters in it for obvious reasons, but you can also, according to Stephanie, use this with expert opinion. And if we did, I'm just throwing this up in the air. This is not something we've given any careful thought to, but it's a possibility where we would advertise that, and maybe 2 half-day workshops, and the first day might be just the first half day to introduce, presumably our target would be other modelers. If they're not familiar with the Bayesian approach, to have sort of a tutorial on that, and the second day be about the application itself. And we just throw that out there and see who is interested, and then find the time and do that. And even if it doesn't work, this is to me a great example of something that may not have happened if it weren't for this workshop. Getting the right group of people together to throw some of these things up in the air. Stephanie, you want to add anything to that? Tell me I'm all wrong. That's okay too.
No, that's perfectly fine. Everything we do is open to anybody. Yeah, we can. Yeah, so I don't have anything to add.
Is that something, from an interest standpoint of folks in this group, that either it's a tool or approach that you haven't utilized before and you might have interest in learning more about, or if you have utilized them before, thinking about applying the particular application as designed through the Everglades work and being able to maybe dig in a little bit more on how they set theirs up.
So Greg, I actually will add something just to be clear, because I mean, we've had a lot of information, that we've been throwing around over the last 3 days. I don't necessarily, some people have commented on it and talked about it. And other people might not even remember what that was. So I'll just say quickly that the way that, so there's the approach, which uses Bayesian belief networks. And we have, we did 2 pilots, one where we have tons of data, like 30 years of monitoring data, and one where there just isn't much known, just to see, can this work in these different, with different, I'll just say, amounts of data. And what we do is we let the user define what their end goal is. So, so for example, if you think about wetlands and peat soil loss and accretion dynamics, so we let the user say, okay, well, I don't want any peat soil loss, right? So it has to be a 0 or positive, right? Like that's my ideal state, is maybe peat soil accretion. And so the user can define that. If the user just wants no net loss or wants, so they see what is the vulnerability spatially based on how they see the future. So what's the gap between, where we are, what models tell us that, that we might be, if we have models to insert in the middle, and where we want to go. And like I said the other day, we do a measure of uncertainty too, which has been something that has been, it's new. I mean, we don't do a lot of uncertainty, showing decision makers uncertainty in the Everglades. And so that there's been a lot of talk around that. And I think people are starting, it's new, so they're getting their heads around it. So I'll just mention that in case it's helpful in thinking through that.
Yeah, and I would expect our potential audience for something like that might go well beyond just this group. If we find a good way to advertise it, there might be some broader interest in that. And other people might have similar models that they want to show and talk about. Just a thought.
Yeah.
Something we'll pursue
and,
it.
It's also, there's a terminology, which I think is interesting, which is resilience, which would be nice to talk about. In the Everglades, they want us talking about vulnerability, but it's, an inverse relationship. And so the framing of that might be different in different landscapes as well.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Kelly.
Yeah, a quick clarifying question, Greg. You asked if anybody was willing to participate or lead, and it helped me understand, what is your time frame for this? Is this starting tomorrow, fiscal year 23, 28?
Yeah, so again, easy wins, which is what we're focusing on right now, are really those things that we think we can self-organize and develop and implement with really limited to no funding. There isn't necessarily a timeline. If there are, I think, folks who would put forward the interest in leading something, or to engage in particular types of discussions, I don't see necessarily a timeline, but we did define easy wins as those things that we thought we could do within 12 months. So we would want to try to identify those and initiate some of those activities within the first 12 months. And maybe I'll put Mike Oslin on the spot, since you brought up earlier about this idea of maybe folks stepping up. Did you have something necessarily in mind, or just wanted to frame it around the discussion?
Hey, Greg, thanks. I was thinking about it more in terms of the spreadsheet, and thinking through, like, who would want to do this? And so there were some specific things that I was thinking could be easy wins. And I think I mentioned this yesterday and a little bit today, but the focus on coastal wetland vulnerability and adaptation to sea level rise across the different PS programs, and I think that's an easy win. So some type of cross synthesis across the PES programs, and I would be happy to lead and co-lead that. That's what I was thinking about specifically, but I don't think it's on this list. But that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, and like I said, I just because it could fit on one slide, I chose the like I said, those that had more of the highest hits. And again, just like the first example from Nick and Stephanie, it doesn't necessarily have to, be derived from that list. There could be some self-organizing groups around either your habitats or a question or a tool that maybe you've already initiated some conversations with this group that might also be a topical early win type of thing. Eric.
Just real quick, not to hijack, but maybe Mike, you could just send around to the coastal folks here, like just a little bit more sort of detail about what you're envisioning. I mean, I think it's time for something like that. Yeah, be interesting.
Other thoughts or comments? We have a couple things in the chat. Kelly mentioned looking into Bayesian belief networks, and they may have interest. Causal inference is another topic, and that some type of get together might help inform. And then let's see, Judy had let's see. Yeah, so Judy mentioned that, in some cases, folks don't have funding to cover salary to participate. Again, the easy wins is in that category of little to no. I think depending on what type of workshops and how they're set up, those are things that we can explore if there is a need for minimal funding under an easy win category. So I think that's not an issue. And Karen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was looking at this list and I know there were easy wins and low cost, but were they high priority?
Well, because we didn't get that part, that was in the last session right before this, and we didn't have the results yet. So what we will do, we will be, as part of post-processing with the coordinators, that information, we will then be able to put more of that, I don't want to say prioritization or ranking, but essentially those that are the lower effort, higher impact in some type of order.
Yeah.
But for this discussion, we just didn't have that information together yet.
Okay, that makes total sense, because I'm wondering, there's not a lot of people jumping through the hoops right now. And I'm wondering it's because, all right, if I only have so much time, these aren't a high priority for my PES or something like that. Like these might be easy wins, but maybe not what so I'm struggling a little bit. Because I think all the ideas are of value.
Yeah, and that's fair. As part of this final discussion, it's really, if things popped out, or if things, like I said, there might have been conversations as part of sort of networking while being involved in this workshop that might have, been discussed and kind of could be elevated to, discussion, but
yeah.
Tanya.
Well, and to kind of supplement what Karen's saying, something like the open space data visualization, that's kind of a multi-layer issue that goes beyond study design and data analysis and things like that. And so I honestly wouldn't know where to start necessarily, beyond having said it's something that or I get stuck, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, and I think, I can't remember if it was Nick or Ken that mentioned it. You know, some of the easy wins that expose themselves actually probably would involve other subject matter experts that, again, didn't participate in this workshop. In thinking about things like data visualization tools, I think Nick brought up in Everglades, for example, they have a lot of expertise available at multiple centers that do that type of work. So really trying to build out some of the easy wins might also be through the engagement with some of those other subject matter experts that weren't participating as part of this workshop, but could be, again, involved in follow-on, depending on what is chosen for follow-on workshops that we'll talk a little bit about when we get to intermediate. Camille.
Yeah, so I'd be interested in participating or leading the number 7 regarding the mass mortality events. I think this would be a really nice way also to get a start on addressing the issues of thresholds, since often, you know, once those thresholds are crossed, we see these mass mortality or ecosystem collapse events. So I would be happy to start working on that with others if others are interested as well.
Yeah, and I know you specifically brought up some of the dieback related issues in Louisiana and along the Gulf Coast. I know it wasn't necessarily highlighted by other PESs, but are there particular mass mortality? Well, desert, of course, brought up a number of things, but are there particular mass mortality incidents that need some, you know, further investigation that through these cross PES discussions would be valuable? I'm interested in hearing from Sasha. I see you have your hand up.
I'd love to work on that together. I think it'd be really cool to think about really different kinds of systems where we're seeing large changes in community, and to those kind of back to the thresholds that I know we're all excited about, but kind of just getting to get whatever you were thinking, Camille, as a starting point, but one option, getting together and just sharing those patterns, you know, talking through things together. What are we seeing? What do we think it means? What do we think is causing it? What are the commonalities? What things are different? I think could be really interesting and useful in how we think about how, you know, a wide range of systems are responding to such rapid change.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be a really great way to, you know, cross collaborate across these regions. That sounds exciting.
Yeah, and I know in the text, Judy also mentioned interest. I see Judy's up if you want to.
Yeah, we could even do just like an open file report, you know, or some sort of public starting point to get our thoughts organized. It doesn't have, whatever, it would make sense, but even if it's case studies, I think it could be really interesting. I love that.
Totally agreed. I think it would really be great to do many different types of ecosystems and really try to compare, you know, what's going on in them and try to look at, you know, all the breadth of different mass mortality events that could happen. I mean, in where I study in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, we have mortality from invasive species that are coming in and killing the native wetland plants. So maybe it's not mass mortality, but it is accelerating, and it's something that only occurred many, many decades after these plants were brought into the system. So, you know, there's many different ways. There's very quick things like sudden freezes, like what Camille was talking about, and then there's chronic things that eventually lead to this mortality across an ecosystem. So we can look at maybe different temporal scales as well on the impacts.
I like that a lot. One of the things that makes me think another part of the discussion we had about remote sensing, if we could get, I know for the West, remote sensing is getting resolved now to where you can see contributions of different components of the plant community. So this is the annual plants, and these are perennial, stuff like that. So we could think at least conceptually about what kind of data could help us understand and monitor and quantify these changes and link them to services or whatever words we decide to use.
Nice. Other initial thoughts? Eric.
So I'm not volunteering this yet, but talk it over with you all.
We've already put you down. So.
I mean, it seems like a lot of us are really interested in advancing some predictive models. And when I think of your number 3 with monitoring, 5 with tools for monitoring and modeling, and even some of the citizen sciences, I kind of feel like we want to inform the monitoring by what is going to really help validate and drive models. Did I say that right? Monitoring to help validate models. And that could, I don't know if it's an easy win or, a quick effort. I think it's going to be sort of an intermediate to pretty large effort to really go through discussing kind of all the endpoints of modeling that we would love to have or that EPA needs next year. But it would then really inform the monitoring that we need and maybe even help us guide some of our kind of near-term work. So if anyone's interested in sort of participating as a group and kind of going through this, and not to maybe address all of the modeling needs, but some low-hanging fruit modeling needs we would all come to consensus on, I think that could be pretty impactful the next few years. Curious how you think about that.
Yeah, I have kind of one follow on too, just curious. So in Louisiana, there's a coastwide monitoring network that was actually designed initially to do both assessment, but also they did a solicitation with the modeling community to make sure that the parameters that were included and even their geospatial location could be optimized based on the need of the models. And so, and in that process, there were multiple workshops with the modelers and the monitoring community representative that were leading particular programs to try to do that optimization. I was just curious if there is any need for those types of examples. Is there a process that's needed, or do you just jump right into what are those sort of base data sets that are needed to inform particular types of models? Just a question.
Probably a mix of both.
Karen?
Yeah, I think that's a really common thing that I've been hearing a lot lately. One, we're all really jealous if you're CRIMS network. I'm not going to say I wish there was an oil spill or something to fund one, but there's not. So a lot of people have been doing it just sort of knee jerk kind of reaction, a little bit of funding here or there. I know, at least for wetlands, there's sort of standard monitoring protocols for restoration, usually guided by some regulatory requirement, unfortunately. But here I can say in San Francisco Bay, there was kind of a volunteer group, the Wetland Regional Monitoring Program, whose sole service over the last 2 years, and I've been part of it, is to try to figure out what metrics we should be monitoring to one, detect change and also inform the restoration. And I would guess that Chesapeake and a couple other places are all, everybody's trying to do it at the same time on their free time. And I know NOAA has reached out to me about modeling comparisons. So I think there's a need. The question is, how does USGS do it, and how do we do it in a different way or better way or coordinated way? I'd be interested in talking about it because I already am with people.
Nice. Tanya?
So another thing we've been kind of encountering is where we put our monitoring, and that is something that could really benefit from more discussion. So in some of our states, we have monitoring. So I'm thinking again, I mean, you think about water quantity, but right now, admittedly, I'm thinking about water quality. But you know, we have setups where we're trying to monitor everything going into a state and then monitor rivers as they come out of the state, so that there's a very clear understanding of what got contributed from water in a specific location or a specific basin. But then when we tie that into our geomorphologic analyses, we find out that sometimes that monitoring is not in the place that actually ties us to what's going on up on the landscape in terms of those decisions. And so it's really confusing, right? Like, because you think people are putting all this effort on, but you can't capture it because where you're monitoring in order to get the actual checkbook is capturing something completely different. And maybe that could build into that conversation of kind of whether or not one monitoring setup for a basin or for an environment can answer the whole thing, or do you actually need to make sure that you're monitoring at a couple different steps?
Yeah, actually, really good point. I know that, for example, the Upper Miss does a much better job on their water quality and sediment networks than the Lower Miss, and there's been lots of conversations about how to do a better integrated job of expanding the networks in that larger system, which kind of gets at your point of being able to think beyond the PES boundary kind of thinking. So there might be examples of approaches that are ongoing that might serve as a model, or could at least inform approaches that we might take to have those types of discussions and to try to get the appropriate, people at the table for them, just as I thought. Sasha, another question?
I just really like that point Tanya made, and it made me think a couple of things. And one is we're setting up a new carbon network, and we were trying to decide where to, set up our monitoring and take our samples, and kind of like, well, we should really use data to decide, what gradients do we want to cross, what things do we want to understand. And so that makes me, building on what Tanya was saying, makes me think about, within PES boundaries or ecosystem types, is there information we could collate and share about how you would pick places depending on what you wanted to know from what you were monitoring. And then we also have more and more interest from Bureau of Land Management, like thinking about restoration. They're doing restoration experiments all the time. They're restoring things following fire and seeding, but they're not, and we're not capturing the outcomes of those, even though if we had that data set, it would be spectacular to try to understand what's working and what's not, and what the mechanisms are that driving what's working. And they are ready to start doing some more monitoring or pushing their leadership to be able to do more, but they'd never be able to do everything. How could we help inform what we would pick, what soil type, what climate type, what seeding mix, to try to get to fill the gaps that we think are the biggest or the most important. And so I really like that idea of kind of a thoughtful approach to thinking about how we would add new locations for monitoring based on data gaps, and what we want to know. And could we think about that together across our systems in a way that better informs what we do within the systems?
Great. Well, I think we're gonna move from the easy wins to the intermediate next. So Brett, if you could go back one slide, and I'll kind of give a sort of a explanation in terms of thinking about intermediate and maybe some of the approaches that we can take to build out some of the intermediate projects that will fall out of that session 3 results. And so this isn't necessarily thinking about specific intermediate projects, it's more thinking about what are some of the approaches that we might take relative to further dialogue on the topic, or how we might elicit and include other folks in the conversation, and maybe thinking about a hypothetical example might kind of help with this. And again, intermediate is that sweet spot, that area where we are talking about trying to execute a project within 12 to 18 months. But if we pick an example, you know, maybe an example would be an effort to develop a standardized approach to develop thresholds or tipping points for freshwater wetlands across the United States. So if we chose that as a intermediate related project or opportunity, you know, that effort might involve, you know, a group of scientists from some or all of our landscapes, and collaborating together to kind of develop a shared set of important metrics for which tipping points might be established, shared set of measurements that might be used. The effort could, you know, potentially be done without any new data collection, or it could help focus attention on a new line of research. If that was to be done, something like that as a hypothetical opportunity or project example, how would we go about, you know, trying to make that happen? How do you see, after participating in this broader brainstorming approach, if you got into a specific project like that, how might we build that out? I wanted to get thoughts from folks. Sasha, I'm sorry. Hope you're on mute.
Sorry, my hand was still up from before.
Vestigial hand. No worries. Kurt.
So the first thing I thought of is we would try to look for, approach would be to look for the topics that already are moving because of our local stakeholders, because of our local science programs, the priorities of our regions, our landscapes, and look for those where those existing programs and priorities overlap with some of the ideas that we shared. So then you could jump on a train that's already moving versus trying to start something brand new, which would be a bit more difficult.
Good point. Others? I'll add one observation on my end. We identified our, well, I'll wait on mine since I see Tanya has her hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say to go with the concept of stuff that we've already identified. I would also, I think of really visual things that could be shared across regions, but that could also be shared directly with our local stakeholders, that tie into the rest of our science, but that are easy to kind of start a communication or a conversation, both about, what we're doing in our area, but the importance of what's going on in the other environments.
Yeah, actually, the point I was going to make was related to actually the stakeholder piece, whether or not, when we get our, and again, I don't want to call it prioritization, but our outputs from our previous exercise, one of the things we're all, as we've previously discussed, we identified a number of these as being stakeholder needs from our perspective. And I guess one of the things I wanted to throw out is if we do move forward with a particular activity and we want to build it out in, say, a workshop setting, do we need to then have some confirmation about the importance of that particular science opportunity with the stakeholders? If, let's say, we saw that it was something that could be done in 4 of our landscapes, is there any need to try to do some either confirmation or incorporation of stakeholder engagement in a future kind of build out of what those ideas might entail? So I'm sorry, go ahead, Nick. I think you were next.
Yeah, and back to your, just example of the sort of standardize our approaches to assessing tipping points. I'd love to hear from some of the wetland folks. I know I heard presentations that discuss these at individual locations. And, we're not giving this example as something we're recommended. We're just curious, as an example, would that be something that kind of, if it were to be pursued, falls within an intermediate definition that we've set up? Or is it something that's not doable or something that would take many years? I'm just curious what the wetland experts think about that. They're not falling over themselves yet.
I'm not saying they're giggling. I see Camille's hand in front of her mouth, so.
Yeah, can you repeat the question? I heard it, but just repeat it one more time, please.
I was just saying that I'm surprised if that just as an example. It's not something necessarily.
Nick, you're breaking up.
Yeah, really bad, Nick. Sorry.
All right, I think I remember the question.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
No, it's choppy.
So I can say really quick, the big thing is he gave the hypothetical example of developing, getting a group of wetland scientists together to develop a shared set of important metrics for which tipping points might be established. It was a key piece of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think between what Camille showed for elevation, tipping points, between what we've seen for the UVVR tipping points, which appear to be kind of universal as well, we could certainly synthesize those 2 simple tipping points, elevation and vegetation coverage, with the caveat that we need better data for both across all the landscapes, but certainly synthesizing those tipping points and thresholds and getting to a early, not product, but an early understanding of what would be needed to characterize it completely over all coastal wetlands landscapes, and then maybe expanding those to other landscapes is an intermediate goal activity.
Great. Mike, I think you were next. Well, let me ask before I go to Mike Anto versus Mike Oslin, is Mike Anto, are you following on the hypothetical example or a new thing? Because I want to try to keep the flow on the hypothetical example for just one couple more hands, I believe.
It was on the more broader original question, but also could tie into the hypothetical. But,
okay. Jump in.
I was just thinking that for us in our our budget for the PES program is very, very small in comparison to most of the other regions. And so for us to get engaged in it, it comes, I think, really along the lines of what Kurt was saying, is it in line with priorities that we have already kind of moving and we have partners in place already and such, or the other option is that, is there an opportunity that we can develop an idea that can be where other funds could be pursued, such as, I think we've got a number of ideas that could probably present an interesting large scale cask type proposal, that across a number of the casks. I don't know if they would consider multi-cask proposals, but they'd used to in their past formulation. So just kind of, those kind of things can maybe help each of us sort of build capacity to address address those questions rather than take away from capacities that we have, basically, so there's the kind of the trade-off. And that was, I think, maybe what getting back to where Neil was talking about, like, well, how do you add to, how do we make sure that we serve our constituents, and our partners in our area, basically, by doing this larger picture thing. And, I think there's definitely some positives that we could do there. The danger is if it ends up being a distraction, from addressing the local questions. And so building capacity keeps that from happening. Having it be on target to things that we're already doing keeps that from happening.
Gotcha. All right, Mike Oslin. Unmute.
Oh, I was just saying, Camille, did you have your hand raised before me? I think you did. Go, I think you should go.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
That's okay. Thanks, Mike. Well, this is kind of directed toward you, Mike, with the sea level rise product. So what Neil was describing, identifying the thresholds for specifically for wetland collapse that include elevation and some other parameters like vegetation, the spatial configuration, things like that. Couldn't those all be incorporated into an analysis of sea level rise vulnerability? But it could be making that too complex, that initial product that you described, Mike. But it might be a second step after that first vulnerability assessment. That was just what I was thinking.
Yeah. I think there is the potential to do that. I mean, there's some really important literature coming out related to thresholds, sea level rise thresholds, that could be easily used. And actually, I just had some data sent to me on this call that would address that. But I was, with respect to thresholds in general, I think coastal wetlands especially, there's all sorts of thresholds. Abiotic drivers are so important that there's all sorts of examples of thresholds that could be brought out. And so I think that there is potential for synthesis focused on thresholds and coastal wetlands, but it also may be interesting to integrate the focus on thresholds across the other PES systems too. So for example, in prairie potholes and the desert systems in the Great Lakes, that could be interesting as well. I don't know if there's interest among the other PES partners on that too.
Yeah, and I think we heard earlier that there was. I think we have Karen and then Judy, and then we'll kind of have to wrap this one up for at least this question that we're getting comments on. Karen?
Yeah, I'm just going to say quickly that, I think it's a good idea. I think most threshold literature for wetlands has been not focused on the Pacific. So, I think, and I'm sure Eric would agree, I think, like, for example, it may be more temperature or drought related, then all of a sudden, you get hypersaline and wetlands can't exist anymore. So that's actually maybe raising temperatures before sea level rise. It's super complicated, but it would be nice that if it was synthesized together. So, because right now the thresholds are like inundation and elevation, which I'm already seeing changes in the marshes, and it's not because of drowning. So, I just think it's a really good topic, is what I'm going to just say.
Okay. And Judy?
I totally agree, Karen. That was well put. And I agree with what Mike was saying as well. There's so many different types of thresholds. I've become really interested in how the juxtaposition between tidal range and vegetation growth range, what that means. But I mean, there's heat, there's drought, there's invasive species. There's a lot of thresholds to marsh sustainability. I think we could really wrap our heads around a lot of that and maybe come up with some new ideas of how we each approach our own system. So I think there's just a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah, so I guess the question I want to ask, since again we drilled into this hypothetical example, is so next steps. We know the experts on this workshop who have talked about it. We do know that we have other experts within USGS that are also addressing aspects of that hypothetical example. You know, how do we move forward? As mentioned in the very beginning of this workshop, you know, we brought y'all in as sort of the representative big thinkers to help us think about this topic more broadly. And so further engagement, is there workshops that would bring in a broader breadth of folks that have very specific expertise relative to that intermediate topic, or in this case, the hypothetical example? Or are there other discussions that need to precede that? Or are there, you know, even thinking down the road of, do we need some type of, you know, PAL Center type of approach to bring, you know, these multidisciplinary, multi-landscape, you know, conversations together? Any thoughts there? I know, Camille, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so I was just starting to think about this, as you know, after I mentioned I would work on the mass mortality, like, oh God, now what? Yes, so I think, you know, we don't want to have too many meetings and workshops, but just to get started, I think it would be helpful maybe to organize another workshop that would be more focused on the particular topic, whichever one, you know, we decide to move forward with, and we would have that opportunity then to invite the other experts who aren't present, just to be a bit more focused before we tackle a paper, you know, to just allow us to get together and organize our thoughts a bit better.
All right. Other thoughts? And again, it doesn't have to be just to the hypothetical, just thoughts in general on you know, the idea of having focused workshops that help to build out the ideas as a initial step. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I mean, I would also like to hear, what do other people think? Do you want another meeting, you know, focused on a particular topic, or can you just move forward? Like, not to call you out, Mike, but you're so good at doing that, like just, you know, organizing a group of people and creating a product without a bunch of meetings. Like, I know it's possible, but you know, what does everybody think? Or are additional meetings necessary or not?
Go ahead, Sasha, you have your hand raised.
I think a meeting is, I don't know how we feel about it, I guess, too, but like, I think a 4-day in-person meeting, the Powell Center in Fort Collins hosts meetings like that. I think it could be really cool, not only to organize our ideas around a topic, but just to get to know each other and build relationships. And, you know, I could imagine us starting with some 5-minute talks about what we each do. And maybe we could have, you know, little sessions in the day where we bring in remote sensors by video or something like that as our ideas about what we think we would need if our expertise doesn't fill that, or, you know, that it could be kind of a diversity of things. And that, I agree, I mean, maybe we could have a super loose, no pressure goal of a paper or something, just to try to structure our thinking and have us putting things into zones, but no, maybe it wouldn't make sense. We would decide it didn't make sense or anything. But I think another workshop around a topic that we're all excited about could have multiple benefits, besides just kind of more deep thinking and moving us forward on that topic.
Okay. Well, I think for the sake of time, we're gonna move to the third, which is, and we're not going to spend much time on this, but the long term and approach, because we didn't put a lot of focus in this workshop on even talking about long term. But to me, in thinking about how we move forward with long term, I think about it in the context of how we do as organizationally do better at cross program development. How do we align what we're doing in multiple mission areas to do some of these larger aspirational, longer term type of projects and initiatives. And so there might be a different level of engagement, maybe even starting with the engagement of our program coordinators before we even get, down that road. But I just wanted to have any quick thoughts on those longer term related opportunities. Neil?
Yeah, I just want to put a plug out there for, the long-term development of remote sensing data sets across the landscapes and across our programs. I feel like we're really being inefficient because we all need them and all our partners need them and use them, and nobody is centralizing the production of these things, and they should be. And I'm trying to make an effort out of this office to do it with a couple metrics, and it's kind of hard without any discrete kind of money to do it. But I feel like if the right people pushed for it and made a case for it, we would have the impetus to do it and formalize it. And I'm thinking of things like, vegetative cover, higher quality elevation data with, vegetation corrections, above ground biomass. I mean, we have ways to do all these to a certain degree, but we're not formalizing, the continued production of those or the hindcasting. And I think PES would be a way to push it long term, 5 to 10 year.
Great, thank you. Also in the chat, a number of folks talked about a larger meeting with smaller work groups that gather around a few of the priority topics that we raised this week, and using SharePoint for the meeting to share folders, literature, information as working documents. So this idea of, and also when we think about these intermediate and we get we post-processed all that information that was provided today, it will give us an idea of, as we talked about in the very beginning of this meeting, maybe 3 to 5 opportunities we might focus on. We can have further discussion around the topics once we do that post-processing, and then see how that might fit within maybe a structured meeting with smaller work groups and the like. Another comment that was in here, sorry, I lost track. Nick made a comment related to the longer term, and he said, making no promises or commitments, but large landscape coordinators might be able to collectively fund something like this more quickly than some other funding source. So just wanted to share that also. Karen?
Hi. So I wanted to bring up a topic that, again, I don't do, but I know is really important in our PES, which is migratory birds. And I know the Great Lakes and the prairie pothole people have been really quiet, but that seems like also an easy coordination, because I can, they often share wintering or summering grounds, but then migrate to the different PESs. And, some of the presentations they showed, I've seen the exact same things come out of my region and USGS, and they're, they're sitting on a decade of data, and they would love to do integrated tools. And wouldn't it be great if waterfowl managers could, look at that? They inherently think really large and spatially. So I'm going to stop speaking for their expertise, but I just don't want that lost, and wetlands are hogging it, and I'm a wetland ecologist. So anyway, I just want to kind of throw that back out there.
Great, thanks. Any follow-up by the bird folks? All right. Like I said, I just wanted to touch on the long term just a little bit, because really the last part of this, we're within the home stretch, is really maybe I wanted to do kind of a around the room, and I had these as two kind of separate activities, and it may end up blending into one. But you know, what do we hope would be the ultimate outcome of the pilot and this proof of concept? So again, when we say pilot and proof of concept, it's going to be some of these, one or more of these intermediate related opportunities. We've already identified quite a few of the sort of the easy wins, but just kind of wanted to go around the room. I kind of know as a coordinator in the Gulf of Mexico what my aspiration would be, you know, for this, but I just wanted to kind of open it up to folks first about, you know, what outcome would you go, oh my gosh, this would be great if we could get to this point. Kelly?
Yeah, sorry, I have to log off in 2 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm going to answer both those charges and hopefully I get them right. The first one, I think, just to set the bar low so other people can chime in, is just to get to know what everybody else is doing. And if a pilot is set up, we are coming together with methods so that I'm not using method A and somebody else is using method B. We might use both, but we understand limitations and stuff. And we're using the same base layers. One of the problems I have is that somebody may summarize the NLSD land cover one way, and somebody might summarize with a different program, and there might be differences. So we should come to that agreement. And then the last one was, I think, feedback on the workshop in general.
Yeah.
I think the only thing, I think it was run really well. The only problem that I had early on, having so many talks and people in different areas and people taking different approaches, given the flexibility for sciences, how we do. Some of us are really detailed in the stuff, and it took me a lot of effort and energy to focus on an area I'm not interested in, but not an expert in. And it took me away from the overall charge, like the stakeholder feedback, what was the major driving issues. So if there could have been more structured in those presentations. So okay. I'll throw that out, and I thank you guys for having me on it. I'm hoping to see the report back. And if you need anything, just follow up with me. All right.
Great. Thanks.
Take care, everybody. Have a great weekend.
We'll assign you more tasks, Kelly. Bye-bye.
Feel free.
Hey, Greg, can I pop in?
Yes.
Can I pop in just for a minute?
You sure can.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell people we haven't really formalized or thought about this much, but I think we're also going to do a post-workshop survey. So this won't be your only chance to get us your opinions. We just kind of want to hear your broad brushstrokes. But we will, I think, be sitting like we want to create more work for ourselves, but we'll be creating some sort of survey to get more detailed feedback.
Actually, maybe I'll put the next steps right now ahead of sort of the feedback, and we'll kind of end things up with some of the feedback.
That's probably a good way to do it. Good.
So as you know, y'all generated a tremendous amount of information. There were 30 pages of chat notes. There were over 125 stickies that we tried to synthesize as quickly as we could to generate the discussion and the feedback on those consolidated topics in today's session. So there's still a tremendous amount of information that's going to be coming out of our exploration and evaluation and post-processing and synthesis of the Menti, the Jamboard, discussion notes, chat, and everything else. So we have the coordinators are going to take the initial cut at trying to assemble that information. We don't want to get you off the hook for continuing this engagement. Y'all invested a tremendous amount of time and hopefully have ownership over the information that came out of this workshop. What we would like to do is schedule probably 1 to 2 hour. I'm guessing it's probably going to be closer to a 2 hour meeting once we've done kind of that initial synthesis of results. You know, we would provide materials back out to you in advance of our call, but it would be allow you then to digest what we would be digging into, and then get some additional conversation around what we found related to this topic. So, you know, with us, we were incredibly impressed with the amount of material and the commitment and the discussions that occurred. We would like you to continue that as we try to figure out how do we challenge ourselves to move forward and advance these large landscape discussions and strategies. And so hopefully folks would be interested and committed to that follow-up. But that's what we would like to do as coordinators. Additionally, we received a lot of positive comments from ELT members, ecosystems, others. We had the first couple days, I forgot, Nick, you were tracking 8 to 12 folks that were live streaming, I think it was the first 2 days, and you said 4 today or something?
Yeah, we had up to 13 on the first day, and you got 8 to 10 the second day, and it's about 6 today.
So there's a lot of interest. I think what we would like to do is be able to develop as a group, probably a USGS need to know related to what we did and where we're going. I believe we would probably want to develop a ELT briefing based on what we've put together. So that would be a little bit later, maybe down the road, once we've had a chance to digest and think about the more of the post-processed information. But we're also thinking about doing a survey questionnaire relative to just this process. Again, continuing to get feedback from you on not only on this, but maybe even some questions of how we continue to advance these conversations, discussions, collaborations, leveraging opportunities. Just, how do we never intended this to be a one and done. We intended it to actually help advance the larger strategies within USGS, but individually as scientists, those professional networks, getting people connected, and those follow-up workshops and those easy wins sort of demonstrated both a commitment and an interest of this group, and even larger, expanding our sphere of participants into the future. So we are going to try to structure a questionnaire for that. And then lastly, we do want to report out on this workshop. As coordinators, we don't know yet what that might look like. So we will be also reaching out, trying to get feedback on what the results of this might look like in a form that might be informative to our both our USGS leadership, our centers, our colleagues, etc. So that's kind of some of the next steps. I'll open it up for both the other coordinators to kind of speak to some of those things, as well as if you have particular next steps that you think weren't identified, or you think might be a good way to also capture the work that was done during this workshop. So first, I'll kind of open it up to the coordinators.
So Greg, I turned my camera on, but I was not going to extrapolate or add any more comments to that. I think you summed it up well.
Yeah, Greg, same for me. Nothing further. You summarized it extremely well.
Can you hear me now, or is it still choppy?
No, you're good now.
I don't know what happened. It's the gremlins. I just want to thank everybody. It's amazing the time you put into this. I don't have to add to what Greg says, but my gosh, thank you for everything you did and making time out of your busy schedule. So I think we're going to honor that by trying to make this a really worthwhile effort. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I can't say it better than Nick and Greg did.
I'll just add my thanks. Much appreciated, a lot to think about, and look forward to following up with the coordinators to talk about what we've learned as a first step.
My thanks as well. Thanks everybody. And Greg, you did a great job there. So thank you so much.
Yeah, really great event. Really enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Judy, did you have a comment or something that you think might be a good next step?
Not particularly. I mean, the one thing that I'm hoping is we have such an incredible array of people from across the country. And I just want the next steps to include all the different ecosystems and to really be focused on climate change, since I think that's like a big, important thing that we can all do some incredible synthesis on, since we have such a breadth of expertise and we have so many different types of ecosystems involved. I think that's the strength of the PES program. So I just hope that that's something that people keep in their minds. I know there's a lot of things that we can work on, but I just see that as an incredible opportunity.
Okay. Well, what I'd like to do as sort of the final hoorah, I'm just gonna go down the participant list, have a minute, and share really any thoughts that you have relative to any aspect of the workshop or anything else. We'll go down the list. So I'll start with Camille.
Thanks, Greg. I also would just like to thank the organizers and everybody else here. I learned a lot about all the work that's going on across the USGS, and I'm really excited to move forward. It was really fun to see, all these great ideas, and then to have the opportunity to continue to work on that, I think is very exciting. So thank you.
Thanks. Davina.
Yeah, thank you to the organizers. I thought that this was a really effective format, and I appreciated the use of the Jamboard and Menti. I thought that was great, especially for a virtual meeting, which is difficult sometimes, but I think, we all gained some really good connections, and I look forward to seeing what we produce.
Great, thank you. Eric?
I'll just thank you the same way, and it was really nice to meet all of you. I wish we were face to face, but I have a long list of creative ideas that you all have inspired. And so I'm going to be working on a few and hopefully clarifying some of them to some of you. And maybe we can keep some of our work groups going. And then I think several of us feel we need a theme song. So we'll work on some kind of music outlet for the next meeting.
Nice. It's time to get those instruments off the walls. Karen.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I think you've heard from me enough, but yeah, thanks for putting this together, and I'm excited about working across the landscape and the different ecosystems. I think that's really the big power of USGS, is that we do span it all. So yeah, nice job everyone. I look forward to working together.
Kurt.
I'll reiterate my thank you to the organizational team. You guys did a great job of pulling together these different technologies and the AV and the everything and tech help, Breck and others. I appreciate it. 3 days, 3 afternoons. Sounds like you met in the evenings. You guys, the team put in a lot, and I think it worked. I think you pulled it off. You have, unfortunately, a whole lot of work, more work. We all have more work to do out of this, but I think it really worked well. So thank you for all that effort. It paid off. I really appreciated hearing about all the good work that other folks are doing. I hear about it in bits and pieces, but we're all one agency. So it's kind of neat to hear the different components and share some of our nuggets that, 10 slides, we all could probably give 100 slides for hours and hours because we're scientists, but we're limited to 10 slides and we had to pick what we're going to share. And so I know that, what I heard is important to everyone and meaningful. And so I did learn a bunch that way. The only, when I reflect back on the time, I think it was well spent. The only thing I feel like as I look back, we maybe drifted a little away from the climate change angle. We talked about landscapes a whole lot, and I know I did. I just slipped into thinking big picture and scales and all that kind of thing. And the climate change angle only came back a few times, but not a criticism, just an observation. So thanks everybody, and look forward to the more interactions and more work out of this group.
Great, thank you. Mike Oslin.
Yeah, thanks to the coordinators. Kurt said we could tell that you guys planned this. You spent a lot of time planning it, and you did well, and you worked in the evening. We're very appreciative, and thanks to Breck for the awesome mentee organization. That was impressive, and it was great to meet everybody. I think we work on the same system all the time, so it was great to think about different systems across the country and hear what people are doing. So, and I'm looking forward to future efforts.
Great, thanks. Michael Schmidt.
Yeah, for being a guy who got to sneak in for the last day in place of Dave, I just want to say thank you. It was clearly well organized. And I really appreciate what everybody's doing. One thing I didn't hear, maybe you spoke about this earlier, was just the unique role of USGS in this particular context relative to the partners in each of our PESs. And I'm sure that's being accounted for, but I did see some chat in the end in the chat box that was, clearly trying to think about that at the national level too, just so when you go to define any sort of kind of national level effort, we can be pretty clear about what we do and how we contribute. So anyway, thank you.
Great. Mike Anto. On. All right. Mike, are you on or mute? Mike Chakowski. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going through.
Yeah, I was going to thank you.
I'm sorry, I lost track. Neil Ganju.
Yeah, everybody already covered all the kudos to you guys, so I won't repeat it. I would say for next time, if it's the same group or another group, maybe force us to only show one slide instead of 10 slides, and force people to address some of the keywords that came out, whether it's thresholds or tipping points or decision making or whatever, and make people swap data and do something with someone else's data that they hadn't done before. I would really, I'd love to have some desert landscape data and do something to it. It looks really cool. So thank you so much.
Nice. Sasha.
I like that idea a lot. We need some more people looking at desert data. I agree. It was a fantastic meeting. Thank you for all your hard work. There were a lot more similarities than I expected in our systems and questions and challenges, which I thought was really cool. And I think what I like most about the idea of us continuing to work together is that I think we can be a lot more than the sum of our parts by sharing approaches and methods and data and ideas and challenges and opportunities. So I look forward to that. And I just had fun meeting all of you. I hope we get to meet again soon. Thanks.
Great. Stephanie?
Yeah, thanks. It was really fun to meet new people in the USGS. I feel like I don't get that opportunity so often. So that was really nice for me. In terms of feedback for the workshop, two things I was going to say. One was similar to Neil, but he he wins the prize on this one. I was going to say keep us to 3 or 4 slides next time Neil says 1. I think that's great. And you know, I think it was Kurt said in a different context, yeah, we're all scientists, right? We can talk for hours and in detail. And I think in a sense that's part of the problem, if you want to call it that. And so I found myself really wanting to listen to what someone was saying and learn about their ecosystem, because otherwise I just read about it in the news and I'd be focused on that. And I don't know, squirrel brain or something, I would just lose sight of the goal. And so I was just really into what they were saying. And so I think something about that, just what are we trying to do, or what can you bring in that really short message? Because I was getting lost in the details in a good way, but I don't know that it benefited the goal of the workshop. And along those lines, just because, when we were being asked like the Menti questions and that kind of thing, I'm again back in the details and back in my world. And I think being reminded of where are we going very, very often would be very helpful. So like at the beginning of each session, during the session, this is why we're doing this, that we're going here, and to kind of force us to get out of I don't even know if we need to get forced to get out of details, but for me anyway, that would be really helpful. But like everyone has said, this has just been a huge effort on all of the organizers, and I really appreciate everybody's efforts and Rick too. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Tanya?
Yeah, so super smooth, and I did learn a lot. I'll probably be going through a lot of data in many weeks, thinking about thresholds at every turn, which is appreciated. I think that I'm probably most guilty of what Kelly said about detail. And I thought a lot about climate, to be honest, while putting together my slides and how it was driving different mechanisms of what I was looking at. But for me, as we narrowed down more on, thresholds, restoration, things like that, for me, those are actually different questions than the climate driver behind it. So maybe that is the setup for stage 2 in my brain. And that's where I'll be thinking. So thank you all. It was nice to meet you.
Great. Did I miss any of the participants? I wasn't going to go through the coordinators, but did I miss any of the participants?
Mike Anto's back.
Okay, Mike.
Yeah. Apologies, I got called away, and so I missed all of y'all's or most of everybody's comments and everything. So I probably will just be repeating everything that you all have already said, but appreciate the opportunity to participate. I really liked that the workshop had sort of a pretty well thought out charge on what you wanted to accomplish and everything. And so I really like that aspect of it. And then, the first day getting the talks, I hate doing pre-recorded talks, but it worked. It was useful. It was like I was like drinking from a fire hose. It's kind of amazing to see all the stuff that everybody's doing and learning about the different ecosystems. And so it was really valuable to me, I think, even though it was long. Maybe finding some way to break up something like that a little bit so we get it in pieces might be a little bit easier to digest, but really cool. I think I really liked the discussions we were having today when they were maybe a little bit more free form. I kind of really liked the note where, you get a bunch of scientists together and we're just going to kind of geek out on something. As long as somebody is keeping us on track, on solving a problem, like give us a problem, let us just sort of hash through it and solve it. And so I think, we might be at a place where if we do this again, where we could do some breakout groups. And if you have a well-assigned problem, just let us kind of tear into it. Like we're mostly all team leaders, so we kind of have a lot of skills to pull that stuff together. So. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Judy?
I'm already unmuted. Yeah, I kind of gave my pitch before because I didn't know our pitches were coming.
Right.
I'm about, not forgetting about climate change and reaching across the whole PS network. So that's really what I wanted to say. But I think this was just really great opportunity to connect with people. I really appreciate all the hard work and the planning. And I really, I guess I'm a little bit curious on what the next step should be and how it should be, the format of it. I think some kind of subgroups and maybe not workshop as much as just talking on Teams and kind of coming up with like getting a basic idea and then trying to hone it with a fewer people, I think might be better. Some of us aren't that comfortable talking in front of a lot of people. So I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I think smaller groups would be a really great way to hone in on some of these great ideas that we've been hashing out for the last 3 days. So thank you. And I enjoyed meeting everyone. Thank you.
Great. And Breck, would you like to say a few words? But before you say a few words, I would like everyone to give her a round of applause. It was incredible in terms of the support that you provided during the meeting. But Breck, do you have anything you'd like to share?
Thank you very much. Yes, I thought I'd show my face now that I'm not going back and forth between multiple screens. But I don't know if many of you know this, but I haven't even been with USGS for a year yet. And the moment I joined, I wanted to understand the breadth of USGS. And I can say I've definitely learned what this agency can accomplish and cover. So thank you for inviting me to be a part of this. Also, I was with the coordinators when they were working late at night and they were doing so much. And also as a new coordinator within USGS, I've learned a lot of being able to facilitate workshops and bring together a group to come with the actual outcome at the end. So thank you for helping me learn all this.
Great. Thank you, Breck.
Many thanks.
And then lastly, before we do one final sign off, Claudia, would you like to share a few thoughts?
Thank you. Yes, I really appreciate it. I'm not a coordinator. I'm not a subject matter expert, so I don't quite know when to raise my hand, but I just want to pretty much say the exact same thing Breck just said. I'm 1 year in with USGS, and it's so hard at headquarters level, EMA level, to understand all the great work that is being done in EMA, in our program, the Land Management Research Program, and this has been 3 amazing days. So I want to thank the coordinators for organizing this. It is true, they not only have put in late nights this week, but they've been working on this for many, many months now. So there's a tremendous amount of work that went into this, and it definitely showed. I learned so much. I've done facilitation myself, but this has definitely been an extreme learning experience for me. I've learned a lot from these facilitators. So applause to them all. So thank you for inviting me. This has been really great learning experience. Like Breck said, I now feel like I can talk much more eloquently, hopefully, about all the amazing science that you all are doing. So thank you, SMEs, for being here, but also the amazing work you're doing out of your own labs and PS in general. I'm a marine scientist by training, so talking about the coastal priority ecosystems was a little easier for me to wrap my brain around how that all fits into one program. What this workshop pulled off is finally educating me how all of the PS fit into one program. So how deserts and Great Lakes, you all deal with similar threshold questions. So what comes out of this is super helpful for us at headquarters level to really communicate how this is a program, right? Not just talk about individual PS. So that was super helpful for me. And I just want to wrap up with, I hope that digesting all this with the coordinators, I'll take home a few sort of small nuggets of assignments to myself, and just even just in my own personals, write down how I communicate what you're all doing, how you benefit the stakeholders in your region, but how you benefit the stakeholders in headquarters and White House, et cetera. And there's lots of great things coming down the line in this administration, the America the Beautiful initiative, that we're going to help fit in what you're doing and advocate on behalf of the science that you're doing. So thank you for having me here.
Great, thank you. And so I'll, before I wrap up, I'll just hand it to Nick, Ken, John. Again, thank you all for your facilitation, and any last comments that y'all have before we call it.
I'm ready for a beer.
I think we all are. Drinks to everybody.
I always hear it's the people that make the agency, so you've once again proven it this week. So cheers to all of you. Thank you so much, and we will continue to work on next steps.
Yep. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care.
Stay well.
So I got some screenshots. Some people may not appreciate their facial expression, but I have it.
What we typically do.
Have we stopped recording, Nick?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, let me do that.
I apologize. I always wait for your tone that says